In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you guys are ready for the weekend. How did that song? Feeling for the weekend, 'cause that's when we party down, party, party down, party, party down, party, party, party down. People in the clouds, please hit the like button. Since you're here, you can't do that. Hello, everyone. I thank you guys for joining me this morning, and let me wait until someone who is here actually speaks. And I don't like giving conversation to people who are just lingering in the clouds. So I'll be here. I'll wait. Oh, there's someone. Grand Rising, Heavy Bear. How are you? I hope you're ready for the weekend. And please hit the like button. It would be greatly appreciated. You're ready. I am as well. I was questioning if I was going to even come live today, but I was just like, yeah, I may as well. I may as well. If I stop coming live on Fridays, I'll get lazy. Rockwell, speaking facts, I haven't seen you in a second. I hope all is well with you. Good morning, Ronnie Hubu, mods, members, and chat. I'm here for the news. And the news is kind of crazy. Now, Rockwell, do you think that there were some market manipulations? Is what I'll ask you. I am beginning to think that yes, there was some market manipulation at the cost of the regular American worker. That nobody cares about this. I'm doing well. I was just saying that I was contemplating on yesterday if I would go live today. And then I said, I don't want to make it a habit of taking Friday off. So, but when there is so much news every day with 45, 47 in office, and then so much news that is not being touched on. So I said, heck yeah, it was market manipulation. Exactly. Exactly. At the cost of all the people who have lost all this money in their 401k savings. And we would be remiss if the billionaire Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, didn't think that there was any problem that people had lost money in the stock market. And when they asked him about 401ks in specific, what he had to say was, especially for people who were at the age of about to or close to retiring, he said, I don't see any problem with that. He said, if people who have worked all their life and they have put money aside and if they have saved their money, they shouldn't have a problem going right ahead and retiring. So what he was saying was, in his fairy tale world, like people who had 401ks didn't look at that as their retirement plan money. So where if you lost money in that, that shouldn't stop you from retiring, because if you save money, which means in a alternative way than your 401k, then you should be fine to retire. So you were able to save enough money off of the petty wages that the United States have there. Now we talk about the United States compared to other nations, but which other nations are we comparing them with? So let's remember uh, our national minimum wage is still $7.25, and there's many states that they pay that or close to that. Grand Rising at Click and View, class in session. Your commentary and perspective is greatly needed and appreciated. Click and View says thank you for what you do. I definitely thank you for being here at Click Interview. Most definitely, Martha Stewart without the jail time. Then who would jail anybody? Because they won't be anyone there to do it with martial talk to seal the deal. Listen, I now we hear that Marjorie Taylor Greene, the unhinged lunatic that disrespect people who she is questioning in Congress, who is yelling and screaming at reporters who are from England, talking about she don't want answer her questions. It's awfully weird that she got it together enough to buy what they say $85,000 she pulled out of an account. And then she bought Meta stock. She bought stock in Nike, Lululemon, uh, another, a couple of more stocks. I'm gonna cover it, and all of a sudden, she's an unhinged congresswoman, but all of a sudden she's so astute in finance. So there's now they have 30 days to disclose what stocks they bought, and they are on her ass. But nobody's gonna this Justice Department is not gonna do anything if they can flat out prove insider trading. That's why he felt so comfortable in putting the text on his feed. Grand Rising, Mama Fifi. The higher prices are going to be devastating for parents trying to buy school clothes and supplies. And imagine if you're your child has just gone off to college. That lady along with Trump are working for Putin, in my opinion. Yeah, he's definitely being worked over by Putin. She and her husband bought a lot of Tesla stock too, as of last month. Even though Tesla was going down, and people were returning it back. It's all insider trading. Okay, so yeah, I heard about the Tesla stock, and they said, well, kind of like that didn't matter because that stock is going down. Um, Tesla as a brand, I I don't know how far they will rebound, um, because people are really disgusted with Elon, but that SpaceX stuff, that's something that we can't control because he has been awarded an additional allegedly additional $8 billion in contracts in the past week or two. So there's really nothing we can do with that about that. He's gonna get his money now. Let me let me show you guys. I wonder if you guys have seen this. Maybe you have, but let's check this out. Now, Charles Schwab and a couple of more financiers were in the White House just checking it up, just having a good old upchuck time. Now, these people were pissing their pants a few minutes prior to that until they got the signal from 4547 that this is a good time to buy and DJT. So, and now everything is, well, they thought everything was all good, but as much as the stock market rebound, uh, then it went right back down on yesterday. So, but he had the audacity, no shame, no trying to keep it on the low. Oh, excuse me. He actually had all these people in the White House and was talking about how much money they had made over this shutdown. I mean, over these tariffs that he decided to pull back on. So let me. I'm trying to get to my page of information. Okay, let me share this with you. And they don't know how soon this market is going to rebound. Really, it doesn't matter to me because it's obvious that they only care about the rebounding for the rich. They're pledging their allegiance to cash. Okay, I finally got it. Okay, here we go. Let me see what you guys are saying about this too. It's all an inside job surrounded by our worst enemies. Bless you as well. Okay, so let me share this. Let me share this. I hope I remember which one it's on. So all of my links are in the description box. Mhm. Calls are required. Insider trading. Uh, Okay, so it's somewhere, it's one of these insider tradings. Let me see. I think it is Adam. I apologize, people. Let's check out Adam. If it's not Adam, I would bring up the next. The next contender is narrow down that social media bullshit. Don't nothing good come from it. I leave it to them kids. Okay, don't leave it to the kids, because there is a documentary coming out about how social media is so horrible for your children to be on unattended, because some of the places that are popular with kids, I think they said Snapchat. I'm a bring up the link. I want you guys to check this out. They have a documentary. They said that kids are so immersed in social media that they have created an alternative universe for themselves, and they go to social media to actually talk over their problems and this, that, and the other, and that they have these bots that answer their questions and concerns and all of this. However, some of the things that they are putting out to the kids have been some real dangerous stuff. They are concentrating on kids who have gone to, I don't quote me, I think it's Snapchat. And I was like, well, it could have been, it takes time to put a whole film and research and stuff together, because I was like, Snapchat is still the thing. But they said they were going to this app, and the things that the app would pull up for them was things about unaliving yourself. And you would be surprised at how many of these young children actually did that. I'm going to find the link for that. The name of it is, I just shared it yesterday in Sincere Saida's Can't Look Away. Your children can't look away. Let's check that out right now. The kiddos aren't okay. Freaking social media has mind control over them. Exactly. I predict millions of pet owners are going to have to give up their fur babies because they won't be able to care for them. God forbid that happens, because I have two. And, actually, in some cases, that's all some people have. Because of social media, they don't have real physical connections. That's blowing my mind away. Okay, I'm going to share this with you. I'm going to put the link in the chat as well, because I don't have the link in the description box as of yet. But I will add the link to the description box too. Oh, I can add it right now. I'm going to add the link to the let me share this with you. I'll add it as I'm sharing. Okay. Grand Rising Foot Soldier. Good to see you. Okay, here we go. Let's talk about this.
Goodman. New York could soon become the next state in the country to ban cell phone use during school hours. New York Governor Kathy Hochul and state lawmakers are nearing an agreement to institute an all-day ban on cell phone usage in schools known as Bell to Bell, in a push to address the negative consequences of social media on kids. More than a dozen states have instituted complete phone bans or restrictions on cell phone usage in schools. We turn now to a new documentary, Can't Look Away, that exposes the tragic consequences of social media use on young people. This is the trailer. Can't Bloomberg News journalist Olivia Carville. Today, Olivia wins a George Polk Award for her reporting, and the film begins streaming CTV, where Democracy Now! Used to broadcast from. We're joined now by the director, Matthew O'Neill, and the lawyer featured in Can't Look Away, Laura Marquez Garrett, an attorney at the Social Media Victims Law Center in Seattle, which represents 4,000 children. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Matt, first talk about why.
Okay, I have that link in the description box. It's the first link in the description box. You can go check that out. I'm grateful I raised my kids without phone and internet until they were 14. Today, they thank me for it. In person, these kids wouldn't say the stuff that they say on the internet. The internet helps. Okay, you look at these kids, they have absolutely no reverence, no manners, no anything. People before profit, exactly. Grand Rising, kind to me. Thank you for being here. A generation of mindless individuals. They were eating Tide Pods, smoking bath salt, and planking. This is just sick. Yeah. This is the interaction, the stimulation that most kids are getting. And Bernadette was talking on her live the other day about all the things that she said. I can still reach on my knee and feel the scratch, the area on my knee where I fell when I was outside riding my bike or something, and this elbow where it got this. We used to be out there actually living life as kids. These kids are living in a parallel universe that's not real, unfortunately. And they're being exposed to so much inappropriate stuff. So, uh, uh, shoot, when you look at most adults, when you're out in public, have you ever paid attention to people who are just waiting anywhere? Have you ever been somewhere where there's a waiting room, and how everyone's head is down in their phones? I cannot say I'm not guilty of it sometimes myself, but I don't have to be hooked up to the internet, YouTube, or anything all the time. So it's interesting. Thank you for that statement. You are few and far between. I cut off family for choosing the backwards way. Yep, so true. Lost for words. Most of the families I see at dinner everywhere, everyone looking at their phones. Where is the communication? Exactly. How are they going to be able to evaluate that something must be going on with their child, because they don't even know their own children? They can't even spot the signs that something's going on with their children if they are just as immersed as the children. Same, kind to me says same here, guilty. Like if I'm waiting by myself, yeah, I may get on there and play a game or something if it's a long wait, but I surely not at dinner on my phone playing no games or anything like that. It's just every situation. Who hasn't seen these videos where people are on their phones and actually walk into poles? I saw one clip of this dude actually walking into a what do you call that? A little wishing well or something that they have in malls where they have the the little pool of water shooting up and stuff. They were immersed in their phone and then just walked and fell over the little uh, ledge and fell into the pool of water. Just all types of stuff. My generation was the last generation with pre-internet. I think you mean pre-internet brains. I know enough of the Matrix, but I don't live in it 24 hours. I uh I unlocked. I, I get what you're saying. I know some of the Matrix. I'm not trying to get caught up in the Matrix. Um, so if you guys are interested, you guys should really look at that. So I saw that and I found that was interesting, and I found that was actually it was sad as well because uh, I would have never suspect that they were feeding people who are going. And now I do. It is my recollection. Lord, it is my recollection that Snapchat actually uses bots to when you go in and communicate with them. And I don't know if it's only Snapchat. These AI bots. We're going to talk about AI as well. Um, so, and the owners of these servers of these apps have to take no personal responsibility. Strangers in my house. There's a stranger in my house. My nana would have flipped the table, switching everyone, parents too. Damn house cat would have gotten it as well. Not the cat. You go, Granny would have hit the cat too. The cat would have been shaking his ass trying to cool off from that switch, huh? I understand. I definitely understand what you're saying. So let me start from the beginning. Okay, since that was the first one, block the vote. You guys, have you guys heard about the vote that they did on the floor yesterday to protect elections? But the only thing it is really intended to do, and there is a Supreme Court ruling. I believe it's in one of the Carolinas. I always get the North or South Carolina. That still has not been called. They obviously don't want to call it for the woman who obviously won. So they have held off calling this vote, and it still hasn't been called. And the last thing the Republican Supreme Court has done, uh, because they don't want to make it even and add her to them. They said that they can nullify over 65,000 votes. So, and the votes in her actual county, they have nullified. So, questionable votes. And so let's talk. Let's see what they did with voting rights yesterday. They made sure that you have to have an ID. It's no more leave it up to the states. No, they want to. I thought everything, if education can be left up to the states to decide, how come voting can't be left up to the states to decide? Hmm. Okay, so They're making sure that they do a federal voting rule that makes it harder for people to vote. But some people don't even bother. They just are just they just revel in their ignorance that they don't vote.
The U.S. House of Representatives passed a controversial bill today that would mandate individuals to provide proof of U.S. citizenship when registering to vote, a measure opponents argue could disenfranchise millions of eligible voters. The legislation, known as the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE Act, passed by a vote of 220 to 208. Backed primarily by Republicans, the bill seeks to address unfounded concerns, according to experts, about non-citizen voting in U.S. elections. It requires those registering or updating their voter information to submit documents such as a passport or birth certificate to verify citizenship.
The SAVE Act would cripple American elections. It would end voter registration in the United States as we know it. The SAVE Act would end mail-in registration. You heard that right. For all those states and all those people who register by mail, not vote by mail, registration by mail. It would end that. American citizens would have to appear in person at an election office, bring with them various documents and forms to register to vote. Think about it. Just to exercise your fundamental inalienable rights as a citizen of this country, Republicans would force Americans into a paperwork nightmare, burying voter registration under a mountain of bureaucracy.
Best and worst cooking oils. Number 2, coconut oil.
Okay, that link is in the description box. So what do you guys think about that? Grand Rising, Bernice. The 1982 book, The Best Thing I Read, he was correct about it all. Albert Einstein said that technology will replace people. Therefore, there goes humanity. Look at us heading to this without our will. Yes, you are exactly right. You are exactly right. I'm going to touch on some of this in this broadcast as well. Okay, so you guys have heard that 4547 has fired you in the FTC. Is it Federal Trade Commission? Yes, they are supposed to have at least 2 Democrats or 2 Republicans. They're not supposed to have all 5 members being of one party. So at least 2 people have to be from a different party. And it's supposed to be an independent branch that goes in and look for different crimes, look for monopolies, and all of this type of stuff. And it's supposed to be independent. So I want you to see that 4547 has fired the 2 Democrat FTC workers, and he has put the Federal Trade Commission under his branch of government. So let's find out why that is so problematic. Let me share this with you because I have been hearing about these firings, and why people were up in arms about it. Hold on. Here we go. The name of this video is, and if you guys are not up on the site More Perfect Union, I suggest you get up on this site. The name of this video, he was investigating Walmart, Amazon, and Meta. Here's why Trump fired him. That's the name of this video. Shh.
In the midst of the whirlwind of chaos that has long been Donald Trump's governing style, you can be forgiven for occasionally missing some really important news. Trump's administration just delivered an extraordinary gift to some of the most powerful corporate lawbreakers in America.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alvaro Bedoya, and I'm one of 2 commissioners at the Federal Trade Commission who the president is trying to illegally fire.
Breaking news on the FTC. Megan Cassell's got the details. Megan.
President Donald Trump has fired both Democratic commissioners on the FTC. That means that just 2 commissioners, 2 Republican commissioners, are operating on the FTC at this point.
By attempting to sack Alvaro Bedoya, a key ally of former FTC chairwoman Lina Khan and Rebecca Slaughter, Trump has ensured that every member of the Federal Trade Commission now reports to him.
It will bring the independent regulatory agencies such as the FCC and the FTC back under presidential authority.
There's been a lot of talk from experts about how this move is illegal, and that's true. But there's also a much bigger issue at play here than the jobs of just 2 individuals. Here's what's critical to understand. Donald Trump is trying to kneecap one of the few agencies in Washington that is aggressively prosecuting corporations which have rigged the economy against working class Americans. To understand what's going on, let's revisit Donald Trump's inauguration day.
Nobody's ever seen a dais like that. You know, the inauguration. Zuckerberg, this one, that.
You're absolutely right, and no one wants to see them again. And why were they there? Why did they decide to bend the knee and capitulate to you? Because it was clear that they could do whatever they wanted under your inauguration, as long as they paid you some petty $1 million. This is petty money to them. And to understand that you can do whatever you want, you can pollute, you can buy up land near homes and just trash the land, don't have to reimburse the people who actually live there. You can do whatever you want. Have your rockets fall out of the sky and break up all over coastal communities and don't have to clean it up. All of this stuff. I had to break in. I have to give commentary in between. So I'm going to let this play out. Let's see what you guys think.
Microsoft, everybody.
Many of these same billionaires who were at Donald Trump's inauguration and contributed millions of dollars to him are under investigation by the Federal Trade Commission.
I am currently suing Amazon in not 1, but 2 lawsuits. I am enforcing a 20-year privacy consent decree against X. I am sitting as a judge in a matter where FTC staff is trying to strengthen the privacy rules that apply to Meta.
In all of these cases, the FTC is taking on powerful corporate monopolies which have raised prices on working people, illegally crushed competitors, and violated the privacy of their customers. But it's not just major tech companies that stand to benefit from the illegal firings of Bedoya and Slaughter. Under Biden, the FTC had cracked down on oil executives who were colluding to raise gas prices. In response, Donald Trump told oil executives that if they raised $1 billion for his campaign, he would, quote, ease the Federal Trade Commission's scrutiny of their industry. Guess what? That's happening. Bedoya was also pursuing large retailers like Walmart, who have spent decades crushing small businesses in the communities they serve. And he's been going after the monopolists who control the soda and alcohol retail industries. Recently, I sat down with Commissioner Bedoya to discuss his work at the FTC fighting to save small independent grocery stores. He was fighting to lower prices by taking on the power of the dominant food companies and grocery chains. This is just one piece of the consumer protection work that will be lost if Donald Trump is successful in taking control over the agency. Make no mistake, this is the story of exactly why Bedoya was fired. Commissioner Bedoya, thank you for sitting down with us.
Thank you for having me.
So you came into this job here at the FTC. Remind us, when did you start here?
May 2022.
From the moment you began in May 2022, you had a few key priorities in mind. One of those priorities that seemed to stick out to me and many who watched the Federal Trade Commission is the Robinson-Patman Act. What is the Robinson-Patman Act?
Simply put, it is a law that provides a level playing field
for small retailers, small grocers against their billionaire competitors. It used to be the most enforced antitrust law at the Federal Trade Commission. And as a result of that enforcement, independent retailers thrived in this country. Then around the 1980s, late 1970s, the Reaganites came in and they wanted unfettered capitalism. They tarred and feathered the law as some protectionist throwback for inefficient small retailers against the cost-cutting efficiencies of the big box stores or the large retailers. And they persuaded upon law enforcement to stop enforcing the law. And what we've seen since then is just a collapse of independent retail in this country. This is not a law about curbing efficiency. It's a law about curbing bullying by powerful market actors that are pressuring their suppliers into giving them deals that no one else can get.
Prior to Trump's inauguration, the FTC last December filed the first lawsuit under the Robinson-Patman Act in decades. A month later, they filed a second lawsuit against Pepsi for engaging in illegal price discrimination. For you personally, why is the Robinson-Patman Act something that you care so deeply about?
If you ask anyone, what's the store that matters most to you in town? One thing I've noticed is that it's almost always not a chain. It is almost always an independent. If you live in the city, maybe it's the bodega that holds your keys, where everyone knows your name. It's staffed well at all hours. If you live in the country, maybe it's your community pharmacist who has known your family for decades, who delivers your prescriptions to your door and has done so for a long time. What I have noticed, and I think so many other people have noticed, is that these independent retailers are failing. And so when I started learning about Robinson-Patman and talking to these retailers,
and I found that funny that he said that. I had next door to me, there was a pharmacist. He owned his own pharmacy. He and his sister, they were black. He went to school. He went to in Louisiana. I can't remember what school he went to in Louisiana. Black through and through. He and his sister, they owned their own pharmacy, and whenever I needed my prescription, he would, when he came home from work, he would deliver my prescription to the door. And then what happened? When he got ready to retire, who was buying up all these independent small pharmacies? Walgreens. Okay, so I know that is a fact.
Retailers, they pointed to the law as the non-enforcement of the law as the reason why they were facing this trouble.
Give people a glimpse into how a powerful actor operates. Give us some of those tricks of the trade. If you're running a monopoly right now, you're a big Amazon, Walmart, how are you making this economy rigged for you against small business competitors?
For me, the aha moment was visiting a fourth-generation grocer in South Dakota named R.F. Bowie. He serves Indian country. He is in Pine Ridge, South Dakota. We went up to the manager's office, and Mr. Bowie took out a list, and he pushed it towards us. And on it were a bunch of staples, eggs, cereal, milk. And next to it was the acquisition price to his wholesaler and the sale price at the nearest big box store 50 miles away. His customers, even though they're some of the poorest people in the country, were paying 30 to 50% more than the people served by the nearest big box store. He said, even when my wholesaler bundles my orders with independents around the country to approach the order sizes of the big boxes, we cannot get those prices. And so my folks have a choice. They can either pay too much for their groceries and run out of money halfway through the month.
Now, Walmart is notorious for doing that. They threaten their suppliers that they will go somewhere else if they give anyone their retail price that they're buying goods for. Let's continue.
Or they can pay a whole bunch of other money to get someone to drive them 100 miles round trip to the nearest grocer, to the nearest big box. And I think this is just not fair. This is fundamentally unfair to rural America. The same thing is happening to urban America.
Let's think about them in the independent grocers world.
Yeah.
People trying to make it right now. If I wanted to start
Yeah.
an independent grocer
Yeah.
in any town in America,
Yeah.
what challenges am I dealing with?
You're dealing with the fact that when it comes to grocery, when it comes to retail, too often the best man doesn't win. The richest man wins. The one with the biggest war chest wins. The one with the biggest market size wins. Because these grocers are using this power that they have in the market to demand discounts that other people can't get that aren't justified by the efficiencies or economies of scale of bulk purchasing. I think that's what you're running up against.
Largely, where you may have had an independent grocer being able to operate, correct me if I'm wrong, it's now a Safeway, it's a Kroger, it's an Albertsons, it's some other large chain. Fair?
Yes. Let me give you a couple quick statistics. So around 1980, most grocers in this country were independent. Now, the vast majority are chains. Between the end of Robinson-Patman enforcement in 1981 and 20 years, 30 years later, we lost 100,000 small retailers and independent grocers. The word food desert did not exist. Now it's a synonym for rural and urban America. And if you look at the graphs, you plot it out, it is undeniable that the end of enforcement of Robinson-Patman has hollowed out urban and rural America.
What has been your experience of why people are being charged higher prices in a time when arguably the market is the most efficient it has been? You have big box store retailers, big chains governing most market share in America.
I know from depositions FTC has taken, from trial transcripts from our litigations, that executives look at inflation, and yes, sometimes they have to raise the price of their products because of inflation from their suppliers, but other times they say, this is an opportunity for us to be a price leader and to increase the price of our products. I think we have too little competition. I think you have too concentrated a market. And I think you have a culture in which the grocers that serve their community are too often disconnected from that community.
Donald Trump's firing of Alvaro Bedoya is part of a pattern. When Trump's major donors raised concerns about government officials attempting to hold them accountable,
we had organizations that were looking into us that were like not really involved with social media, like the CFPB, like.
Okay, so that is their job. Just do they need to be in social media to make sure that you're not trying to do what you're not supposed to do in social media? He is such a dick. Let's continue.
Like this financial, I don't even know what it stands for. It's the financial organization that Elizabeth Warren had set up.
Trump shuts them down.
We virtually shut down the out-of-control CFPB, escorting radical left bureaucrats out of the building and locking the doors behind them.
But partisan politics has little to do with the corruption unfolding in the Trump administration. Trump is now waging a war on behalf of lawbreakers in corporate America.
This isn't about Democrat or Republican. It's about who has power and who doesn't, and who wants the law enforced.
CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, it protects consumers. They had won over $22 billion back to give back to the consumers. Hey, stop! No barking. Hey, $22 billion back to the consumers. Hold on one second. And he closed them down. He absolutely So he shut them down. Now, who is that hurting? They were also investigating Elon Musk, of course. Uh, so they have a problem with consumers getting money back that they are not supposed to have. Uh, so big banks, they were protecting the consumers. God forbid you protect the little man. So I'm gonna let this finish.
And who wants it ignored by prosecutors.
Okay, let me see. Okay, not fair to trucking companies when they are fighting over delivery and payment. Yeah, he's trying to get my attention. Okay, so yeah, I thought that was interesting to connect the dots of why that they wanted to fire these independent. Shh, 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 stay. Why they wanted to fire these people. That is why they wanted to fire these people, because they don't want the common man to get ahead any way whatsoever. Our government is just beholden to the rich, just kind of like in this market crash. The rich people were giving a heads up that it's a good time to buy. Let us not forget how I talked about how the Commerce Secretary Howard Liquid, what is Howard Liquid? That is his forte. He's a multi-billionaire, and that is the things that he actually does to have made himself a billionaire. Buy stocks when they are down, and his also the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. That is also allegedly how he has gotten to be a billionaire or close to a billionaire. I think he is a billionaire. So let's be clear. These are the people who are being taken care of in our government, and what happened, I thought that he was so insistent on protecting the American worker, and that these tariffs, they will protect the American worker and bring jobs back. Factory jobs, factory jobs, factory jobs, factory jobs. Okay, so who wants to work in a factory job that is in a country that is beholden to screwing over their workers, and in many instances, these low-level jobs, they don't give you proper health insurance. A lot of these people are on Medicare, but we're going to talk about that. Medicaid, we're going to talk about that too. Working and still able to qualify for Medicaid, and we're going to talk about that as well, because this continuing resolution bill that they signed, they are about to they are putting together what they're going to spend different things on. They voted on it in the past night before last. So hold on. Hey, Queen Diva, Grand Rising. So they're voting on that. I mean, they have voted on that. Now they are cutting up, uh, cutting up their wins and their spoils. Well, I'm happy you're not kicking your dog or speaking bad to it. Uh, a stream is not that important to your supporters, we will still be here. I had to unsubscribe to that person. I don't like who was abusing their animal. I don't like animal abuse either. Who was abusing? I don't even know who was abusing their animal. The only person that I know that has an animal that we know of, I'm trying to think. You're not going to tell me. Don't tell me. Okay. So I just want to talk about that. Let me play. What else did I wanted to play for you guys? Okay. Let me go back and see what's next on the agenda that I wanted to talk about that's going on now. Okay. Hey, Candy Cane. Good to see you. Look at Rockwell is not going to tell me. Okay. Memphis Beware. If you guys remember the story I told you about Memphis, they made a agreement with Elon Musk for his AI. You guys remember that? He signed a hold on. Elon Musk signed an NDA with the city of Memphis. Even the city council doesn't know what's in this NDA. So, and he met with utility companies as well. But the only thing the utility companies will tell him is that they have no contract with Elon Musk. He is supposed to build one of the largest AI facilities for his Grok AI. And he made the deal very quickly. They said he made the deal in April and he broke ground in May. He's in a big rush. Do you know why he's in a big rush? I know why he's in a big rush. I have talked about this previously about hold on, what is the name of it again? Let me get the name of this. The China AI. Why is Elon Musk in such a tizzy and a hurry? DeepSeek. I talked about a DeepSeek earlier. So we're gonna let me remind you about this deal that Elon Musk brokered that the city council had no idea about and is under a NDA. Do you guys remember me talking about that? Grand Rising, Madison. At a time, I suspected that the migrant crisis would be relieved as to focus on the homeless, please. Sadly, I was mistaken. They're making more people homeless. That's what they're doing, making more people homeless with all these layoffs as disguised as government efficiency. Sadly, I was mistaken. They do not care as people have been duped and bamboozled. There is no trust. They don't care about no homeless people. As they sit up and see the homeless population, the populations of people living in their cars, that they have you heard this president mention anything about social issues beyond firing people who address social issues? Nothing. They aren't in the beef sector. They're about to not have a channel soon. Can't abuse animals and still have a channel. People will report you. Who? I haven't heard about that. I can't stand that. Thank you. That's crazy. That is really crazy. I remember hearing a story about this. I forget her name because I didn't watch her. They were trying to make her permeate over here in the beef sector. They had her on a couple of shows, and she was living in a hotel with her kids, and it was all this, that, and back and forth in the hotel. And then she allegedly had a cat, and allegedly she unalived the cat, and then she turned around and got a dog living in a hotel with her children, and people were up in arms because she had went out and got a dog after what she had done to her cat. It's absolutely crazy people on here, and it's people who entertain them for clicks and views. I remember when Big Sexy was entertaining that obviously mentally ill parent called Bree or something, and it was just really sad. And she was she met some guy and then moved him in with her son, who looked like he was between the ages of 6 and 8, and her and this guy was arguing and fighting, and the look on that child's face was pure terror. And that's not entertaining. And it's just disgusting. It's really disgusting that what people put on here. I haven't talked about he hasn't talked about social issues because he's busy coughing and just cares about his agenda and how he's going to complete Project 2025 quicker. Exactly. It was last Thursday. I was disturbed. I don't want to go off topic. Seeing your interaction with your puppy, it gave me a good feeling that you're not an animal abuser. So that's the only reason why I mentioned that. He's trying to wake up my husband. That's what he's trying to do. And I'm not allowing him. My husband has to be up shortly. And you know how they can feel the time? So he's trying to get him to wake up earlier. Shh, 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 shh. Okay, so let's go to our next thing.
Today on Forbes, inside Elon Musk's mad dash to build a giant XAI supercomputer in Memphis. As Ted Townsend tells it, Elon Musk took roughly a week to decide to build the new supercomputer for his AI startup, XAI, in Memphis. After a whirlwind few days of negotiations in March, Musk and his team, which included representatives from several of his companies, opted for the Tennessee city because it offered ample access to power and the ability to build quickly. This according to Townsend, who's the president of the Greater Memphis Chamber, an economic growth nonprofit that worked on the deal. XAI's contractors refer to the project as Project Colossus, and Townsend recalls Musk saying of the project, quote, "We're going to haul ass in Memphis." The project shares its name with the 1970 film Colossus, the Forbin Project, about an out-of-control AI that was given control of the United States nuclear arsenal. In the official trailer for the film, the narrator says, Colossus sees all, senses all, knows all, controls all armaments and defenses. When this emotionless creation becomes the master of man, the result is catastrophic. The multi-billion-dollar investment, according to Townsend's estimate, was officially announced last month. But several members of the Memphis City Council are now urging the city to pump the brakes on the effort amid an upwelling of community concern about the secretive nature of the deal and the data center's requirements for electricity and water use. The council members alleged earlier this month at a public session.
For what kind of use? Electricity and water use? They don't know what's in it. Okay, let's continue a little bit more. This is in my description box.
That they were sidelined from the decision-making process, which was negotiated under NDA by Musk's team, the chamber, and local utilities and contractors, months before the data center's details were ever presented to them. The mayor's office and XAI did not respond to requests for comment. During a recent city council session, referring to the supercomputer project, council member Rhonda Logan said, quote, "This is already here and we don't know anything." She stressed the need to, quote, "slow it down and understand the impacts." Councilmember Pearl Walker told Forbes that the development has caused, quote, "hysteria" among her constituents. At a Wednesday morning public meeting held by the city's utility, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, she said, quote, "People are afraid. They're afraid of what's possibly going to happen with the water, and they're afraid about the energy supply. Memphis has had a history of bad deals, and it is very important that this is a good deal for Memphis. We have to do our due diligence and insist on things that are in our interests and good for us." After the Whiplash deal was finalized in March, construction began almost immediately on Musk's new so-called, quote, "gigafactory of compute." The supercomputer will be used to train XAI's chatbot Grok, a ChatGPT competitor that has increasingly occupied the multi-companied billionaire's attention. Musk recently troubled shareholders of his electric car company, Tesla, when he redirected shipments of valuable AI chips from Tesla to the generative AI startup he founded in March 2023. The next version of Grok will be trained on 100,000 NVIDIA H100 chips, Musk said last month, shortly after announcing that Dell and Supermicro will be providing the server racks. Rumors of XAI's data center have been circulating for months, fueled by Musk's May assertion that he would personally install the server racks.
This is what I want you to see right here. These server racks. This is why they need so much land to cool these server racks that they use to power this AI technology that they are putting forth. So I played this, if not last week. The rest of it is in my description box. You have all the pertinent details about it. It was done under NDA. They met with the water company. Let me let you hear what the electricity company said. And
rumors of XAI's data center have been circulating for months, fueled by Musk's May assertion that he would personally ensure the development of the supercomputer. This according to a report from the outlet The Information. By then, XAI had already approached Memphis developers and utility officials about locating its data center in their city. Townsend told Forbes that XAI was in talks with 7 or 8 other sites before choosing Memphis. Since March, Townsend's team made what he called an Avengers Assemble effort to, quote, "meet Musk and his team's pace." He said that several chamber executives who negotiated the deal accepted Musk's invitation to tour a Tesla factory in Texas during the deliberations. He told Forbes, quote, "They were courting us as much as we were courting them."
So Memphis was courting Musk as much as Musk was courting Memphis. He had other sites in his purview, allegedly, but Memphis was like, "Ooh, give it to us, give it to us, give it to us. We won't tell anybody what we agreed upon." So they said, "Hey, M. Renee, I saw you in here. The motherboard, a year or two from now, they're going to say that it never existed and people will forget what a motherboard is. Exactly. So now I want to take you from that to this. The problems that they are not going to tell you exist. Here we go. The name of this is Data Centers Are Driving Up Energy Bills. Your town could be next. So if both of these videos are under Warning to Memphis.
This is our cold water pressure. This is our cold water pressure in the kitchen. This is where I fill up water for storage. Those are the things we have to fill up to flush the toilets.
So you can see the sediment from the data center. Wow, and that's just from the water coming out of your faucet?
Yeah. And this is what's in all.
Okay, so let's be clear. This lady lives across the street from where they just built a Meta data center. Meta, who's owned by Zuckerberg, who was sitting up there complaining about the CFPB. So let's see what he's not complaining about and the complaints that he's giving neighborhoods that he has built his data center.
All pipes.
Just the well itself is probably $20,000, and that's not counting any of the
All the
faucets,
replacement of the fixtures and faucets and toilets and the lines that come underneath the house. It's overwhelming because you really feel like you are up against this huge wall that you can't penetrate. There's nothing that you can do, and they don't care.
I'm here in Mansfield, Georgia, driving by Meta's new 2 million square foot data center facility. Facilities like this are being used to power things like ChatGPT and other AI tools that are becoming integrated into our daily life.
Data centers, going to be a very hot item.
This entire supercomputer is built to power Grok.
We see data centers as the most exciting asset class.
Meta is building a 2 gigawatt plus data center that is so large it would cover a significant part of Manhattan.
But data centers come with big costs. From light and noise pollution to the environmental impacts to the potential rising costs of energy bills, these facilities put extraordinary demand on the power grid and require entirely new infrastructure.
Oh my God. They should be responsible for that, not us.
Search the internet for profits that Meta has made, Amazon, Microsoft. They can afford to pay for their own generation.
We came to Georgia to ask.
Okay, so is there any wonder that Elon Musk, who just did his deal for his Grok, did it under an NDA? Let's continue. As Memphis is courting it, how much money, how much kickback are these people who brokered this deal getting from these billionaires to ruin your city, your water, your air? Let's continue.
Ask two questions. What's the true cost of the AI revolution, and who should be paying for it? Your house is here, and the data center is right there.
It's less than 400 yards.
Beverly and Jeff Morris bought their home an hour's drive from downtown Atlanta in 2016, but their roots in the community run much deeper.
Being in the country has always just been my peace and my therapy. When we found this place, we decided that this was it. It was perfect.
I was actually raised probably 5 miles from here. Felt like coming home.
The data center that's now the Morris' next door neighbor happens to be owned by Meta, the company you know for Facebook and Instagram, but has also been breaking into artificial intelligence. They started construction on this data center campus in 2018.
Definitely changed everything. They destroyed the environment, taken down all the trees across the road.
Beautiful pines, beautiful forest.
The light pollution is...
You don't have to have a night light in the house. You can walk around the house at night and see everything. It's that bright.
This is a video of the dust from Facebook where the construction was. This is what it looks like right now out my front door. The wind blowing in all of this stuff from across the construction, across the road.
This is all from Meta.
Yeah, I was standing on my front porch. I think eventually that affected our well water. We're on a well here, and we started having issues with our well in 2018. I have to replace a hot water heater. I've replaced 2 washing machines and a dishwasher because of the sediment that's coming in.
A lot of what the Morrises are facing is from the polluting effects of this massive construction, but that's only one part of the story. There are serious costs to communities once data centers are operational too. To explain that, we have to back up for a second. I wouldn't blame you if you were asking yourself, what the heck is a data center anyway? Their origins date back to early, clunky supercomputers or mainframes in the 1950s and 60s. And then in the 90s, with the birth of the internet, the modern data center was born as a way for internet providers to connect businesses and the world to the web. In the 2010s, data centers became larger as they became critical to new cloud storage.
To the cloud. With the cloud, we share a sync folder that allows us to all work on the same documents.
Everything from your pet photos to entire workplaces to files for video streaming, like this video you're watching right now. We're in the cloud. Today, we are in the midst of a tectonic shift in processing needs, as large as the birth of the internet. Artificial intelligence.
A transformational moment for data center demand.
But the thing is, AI processing demands are much larger. One report showed that a Google search using a ChatGPT-like AI feature used 30 times as much power as a normal Google search. In the next 3 years, data center use of electricity is expected to double or even triple. And the state of Georgia has the fastest data center growth in the entire country.
The 2 biggest reasons data centers come to Georgia are that electricity rates for industrials, which is the class that they're in, are 42% below the national average. And the second biggest one are data center tax breaks. They received over
Getting to what I am here for. Their electricity rates are 42% lower, and the data center tax breaks that they get at the cost to the average citizen. So you have these multi-millionaires and billionaires jockeying for a position who has the best AI. Even what's his name? Bezos is allegedly getting into this AI thing. And why are they going to these cities? And why are they doing it under secrecy? To get into these cities, because if they held hearings and people knew what it was going to do to their property, to their surroundings, to their air and water, I don't think that they would be allowed. But these the mayor of Memphis brokered this deal, and with no one had the opportunity to even address it, much less complain about it, much less the city council to vote it down. What kind of crap is this? They said that AI is taking over. I remember watching them in Congress. This city has no control over it's inevitable. I don't think that it is inevitable. They do have, they're supposed to have control over their cities, but who is going to broker this type of deal that needs to cool down these large? They need so much land because they have to have so many servers that have to be cooled down. If you go back to the Elon Musk video, there was talk about a retention pond, a gray water retention pond that will house the water that comes off of them cooling all of these computers, all of these servers. I mean, what is in this gray water? And what it will happen if this gray water leaches into streams, rivers? What's going to happen? Because 4547 has guaranteed that he's going to release all of this regulation. So to make it easier for these people, for his billionaire buddies. Let's continue. Governor vetoed pausing data center tax breaks. So they wanted to pause the tax breaks, but the governor vetoed that plan.
over $180 million in tax breaks last year.
The week we were in Georgia, a showdown.
$180 million in tax breaks to billionaires. To do what? What happened to if you want to be in business? If you can't compete, then you got to go out of business. But why are we giving our tax dollars to multi-billionaires? If you wanted to compete, like if you wanted to open a business, you couldn't go to your city chamber and say, "Hey, I need money to buy the clothes for my clothing store." Are you serious? How come they can't pay for their own stuff without tax breaks? Are they doing you a favor really in coming to your town? They're doing you no favor. And they're getting paid to do it on top of it with your tax dollar as they ruin your way of life. Let's continue.
Showdown was happening at the state capitol over two bills tied to data centers.
Senator Hofstadter had proposed two different bills, and one of them was SB 34, which was the data centers bill, to move the burden of the operational costs of data centers from ratepayers to the data centers themselves.
And what is SB 94?
That is the Consumer Utility Council, a legal advocate for ratepayers and small businesses.
Bills like these are the result of mounting residential anger and the work of dedicated advocates across the state, like Diana Dietz, who lives 50 miles away from the Capitol in Fayette County.
This is a huge industrial project plucked in a residential area. This was the original plan, 122 acres. And then the Development Authority got involved.
In 2022, officials in Fayette County voted to annex and rezone an additional 412 acres for a data center campus. Fayetteville City Council voted 5-0 in favor of the development.
It went from 22 acres to 432 acres. Let's see what Fayetteville Council. Make sure my mic is on. 22 acres to 432 acres. And what did the council do when it was bought before them?
12 acres for a data center campus. Fayetteville City Council voted 5-0 in favor of the development, despite passionate opposition from some local residents. The site was then purchased by QTS, which is owned by Blackstone, for $153.8 million.
Who's Blackstone? I did a story on Blackstone as well. It's just it just trips me out on how I have done stories on these types of corporations, and then I find out that they are in the mess of ruining your lives and mine. It is a what do you call them? A hedge fund corporation. Blackstone is also, hey, LaShonda Allen, Grand Rising. Blackstone is also the ones, they are so rich. They are richer than all the banks in the United States. That's who Blackstone is. Blackstone is the one who is brokering the deal to purchase some ports in the Panama Canal, which 45 and 47 claims that we're already taking back the Panama Canal. No, a private company has gone in, and the only reason that they do anything is because it's going to make them money. The United States will not be having or receiving any benefits from Blackstone going into the Panama Canal. But it's supposed to be a big security risk, and they don't want China over there and taken up, and now we're making our presence, and then you get this whack job Pete's headset go over there with this stupid voice that he puts on. We're making America first, and we're making America great again, and blah 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 blah. When a whole private company is over there in the Panama Canal for what profit? It ain't about, none of this shit is about what they telling you this shit is about. Okay. I need to remember to say Grand Rising. I had to remember it as well. A whole city for servers soon. 422 acres. Blackstone taking everything. New elite out here in the open. Rockwell, if I can find that thing on Blackstone, I would play it for you. all of this shit is connected. Let's continue. But see who's being protected under this administration. And see, you ain't heard this administration say shit that means anything to the average man other than, well, they had to go. We had to let go of them. There's a lot of waste going on as they fire people from their jobs. That's all you heard.
These speculators, investors, are secretly buying up land right next to homeowners. And it was all done so that when we all went to the 4 public hearings between the county and the city, it was a done deal. This is the one that's currently under construction, and this is where Gene and Joe are.
Gene and Joe Marshall live on the edge of Fayetteville in Fayette County on an 8-acre property.
This driveway is almost the line for Fayette County versus Fayetteville, where QTS's property is located. We have absolutely no say in anything that happens over here.
Despite their vocal opposition to the project, living next to construction on all sides of their home has become their daily reality for the last 2 years.
They do nightly pours over here, and in the back part at the other building, the lights are shining and there is noise. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. So they don't stop. Oh yeah, sure.
We went to visit Nikki Vanderslice, who heads up the Fayette County Economic Development Authority, a non-governmental agency that played a central role in the marketing of the land for data center development.
For residents who live alongside these data centers, life has become very difficult. What do you say to them?
Well, I say to them that there's a couple of things. One, we were very transparent. The Development Authority was very open about attracting a data center, and there wasn't any resistance until it came to their property specifically.
Vanderslice says data centers are good for the community, even if some don't see the benefits yet.
In 2021, that property paid $36,000 in property taxes total. In 2024, on raw land, it paid $1.13 million in property taxes. That contributed $760,000 to our local Board of Education. I'm apologetic that they're being impacted, but I also see the benefits of what the companies are doing and how they're improving our economy. And so there's the balance that when you have, 200 out of 120,000 people, that you have to balance what's the highest and best use for the whole of the community.
It's just the height of selfishness. To imagine that one county's benefit to the huge detriment of 158 other counties in Georgia that now have to pay higher electric bills is okay. It's not okay. It drives inequity.
I was on mute. $36,000. They did all of this for $36,000 in property taxes. And at what detriment to the people lives and the property that have already been there, who you have been living off of their property taxes for all of this amount of time. $36,000 in property taxes, and she said $1.5 million, and it bought in $737,000 to the Department of Education that no longer exists because they don't give a fuck about your children either. Let's continue.
It's very immoral too.
That's Patty Durand, and as you can tell, she does not agree with Nikki Vanderslice. Patty is a longtime consumer advocate and expert on energy policy who's been raising the alarm about rising costs of electricity related to data centers.
Are data centers going to drive up energy costs for residents across the state?
On May 1st, Georgia Power residential ratepayers experienced a 24% rate increase. Just since 2023, Georgia Power has raised rates 6 times.
And related to those rate hikes, remember those 2 bills we mentioned earlier? We were with Patty as she was watching a live feed of the Senate floor.
Today is crossover day, which means any bill that does not get through one side of the House or the Senate to the other side is dead for the year. And right now, Senate Bill 34 is not on that list.
By later that evening, both bills had failed to get a vote. As disappointed and angry as Patty was, she wasn't too surprised.
Georgia legislators are getting soaked with money from Georgia Power.
Is that a conflict of interest?
Absolutely. It is clearly corrupting. This is the highest.
Okay, so who's benefiting? the people that are in the elected office and the rich. And they're padding. Hey, Z Sarah, a long time no see. It is good to see you. They are padding the pockets and the coffers and the election, re-election campaigns of the people who are supposed to be here managing the city properly. Money is everything is about money. So, and the electric company has the audacity to raise your rate 42% in one whop after already raising the rates 5 times since what did she say? Since 2022 or 2023? Arizona is having the same problem where they say in Arizona, you know that they need their air conditioner 24/7. The electric companies are just piffering their pockets. Just a wholesale disaster is going on with the electric companies in Arizona. So let's wind this up.
Has paid utility CEOs in the country. Why is the poorest region in the country paying the most to our CEOs?
$23 million.
It's ridiculous how much money they make.
Now, these $23 million, the CEOs of utility companies. So are they raising the rate because it is costing them more money to deliver utility services? Or are they raising the rates to
Our
pay
time in
these
Georgia
people?
is crucial to
Or are they raising their rates to pay these CEOs? I think I stepped on this a little bit. I want you to be clear on how much these CEOs are being paid. Utility companies who are selling you down the river for multi-billionaires.
Clearly corrupting. This is the highest paid utility CEOs in the country. Why is the poorest region in the country paying the most to our CEOs?
$23 million.
It's ridiculous how much money they make.
Our time in Georgia is crucial to understanding what's happening all across the country because the growth of data centers is not slowing down anytime soon. And tech billionaires have already been complaining about the amount of red tape involved in powering this growth.
Getting energy permitted is like a very heavily regulated government function. And if you're talking about building...
As well, it should be. As well, it should be. And if you want to do business, you should have to follow the regulations just like everybody else. Poor you, because you say it with your nose frowned up like you can't understand it. Nobody can understand when they have to go through regulations. But what they do, they go through the regulations that they have to go to get to where they need to be. But no, we're just going to buy off everybody.
Building large new power plants or large build outs, that is just a heavily regulated thing.
The regulatory body in question is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, also known as FERC, an independent and historically nonpartisan agency that regulates interstate transmission of electricity, natural gas, and oil. But just last month, President Trump signed an executive order placing FERC under White House control. And he's been boasting about his
ironically, now is under whose control? White House control. And now, who is sitting at the inauguration? None other than Mark Zuckerberg. Why is it under President 4547's control? Exactly to do the bidding of the rich. That is why they put every agency out of business or under White House control. And we know what this White House is about. Let's continue. Regulating people that they retribution and regulating actual people and putting people out of their jobs that don't do their bidding. Taking money from universities and all of that type of stuff that don't do their bidding.
His ability to fast track new projects.
We're going to get very rapid approvals in the United States. Like with the AI plans, under emergency declaration, I can get the approvals done myself without having to go through years of waiting.
With this alliance between the
like the AI plans under emergency declarations. You notice that everything this 4547 does is under emergency declarations. Do you wonder why those tariffs were enacted by him and he didn't have to go through Congress? Because on his first day in the White House, he declared a emergency, what is it? What is those things? He signed a executive order saying that there was an emergency in the area of finance when he was handed over an economy better than any other president in history had been handed over. And these are facts. But what does he do in his first day? An executive order about a financial emergency. And then he totally wrecked the whole fucking economy. And then put out a chat, put out a tweet on his True Social, Live Social, to alert people, the rich, when to buy. Because everybody else who had money in the stock market, regular people, lost their fucking pants. While the mega millionaires, they lost money, but they ain't lose their pants. They still had money to reinvest and make themselves whole. Not so much for the average person. You see that he said he can do this by executive order and get past all the regulations. And what do those regulations do? Who are those regulations supposed to help? It's supposed to help the regular man. You get rid of these regulations that make them clean up all of this, make them pay for all of this damage that they're doing to the community, to these people's homes and lives. No, you don't regulate that. Do you regulate? You get away with regulation that say that Elon Musk must clean up all that waste that has fallen on beaches and in neighborhoods when these rockets have blown up and just littered the earth with parts and pieces. And you don't even know what's in these parts and pieces from these batteries that are sending these rockets up. Does he have to clean that up? Oh, no. Oh, no. It's your neighborhood. Let's continue.
Between the federal government, Silicon Valley, and utility monopolies, who's looking out for regular Americans like the Morrises?
During the peak season, our electric bill was maybe $250. Yeah. And now it's probably $400.
Your electricity bill has doubled. Wow.
It's been a struggle.
Every month it's a struggle. Jeff would like to retire, but he keeps working because we have to pay our bills.
Do you think that people should have to pay more because of data centers?
No, absolutely not. They should pay for that difference. It's hard enough for a regular person to pay their electric bill as it is. I don't think that's right at all.
We reached out to the big tech companies, including Meta and QTS, asking for an interview and a tour of their facilities, but both declined to participate in the story. Duran says despite the bill's failure, the fight will go on. A number of other states have similar bills up for debate right now.
The reason I think other states should pass it, whether we do or not, is that data centers could possibly come to their state next. There needs to be legislation to protect them because by all accounts, data center growth is going to be very fast.
Before you go, please support our work by liking this video.
Okay, if you're not subscribed to More Perfect Union, I think you should check them out. They have in-depth short stories about a whole lot of this stuff. I'm out listening on my phone, can't see my screen because of the sun glare. I know how that is. They give people the wrong job degrees. What school they went to learn to trade energy. It's not even about trading energy. It's about greasing palms. The oldest trick in the book. So now Elon Musk is in a big rush to be the number one man. He and Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and I keep forgetting that other guy. Adam, I forget his name. Little short guy. got red hair. They are in a dicking war to be the best in AI, and they are ruining American cities in the quest for this, with all of the land and the dust and the dirt and the energy that they are using to cool off their servers. But did we forget when I gave you the story? And they're spending billions of dollars. Elon Musk and the guy who I can't remember his name were in a dicking contest because the other guy went to meet 4547 about his AI project, and he said it would cost something like 85 billion. And I think he wanted, if I'm correct, he wanted some money from the government. And he said that he had so much in startup, so many billions for the startup. And Elon Musk goes to Twitter and says that he doesn't have any money for his startup. So they got into a Twitter war about both of them are billionaires. But why are either of them always up in the government? See, Elon Musk didn't want him to get a foothold in on his motherfucking lick. Let's be clear. That's Elon's lick, the government, getting money from, no, not Mark Zuckerberg, LaShondra. I will Google it as I play this next clip. Now, we look at China, who has already developed, they say, one of the most superb AIs in the business. How did they do it? Because they had a block on China being able to access any of our chips. That's why Biden enacted the CHIPS Act to do manufacture chips in the United States, which 45 and 47 has revoked and put all those workers out of work. The workers, these jobs in warehouses and that he claimed to want to put the tariffs on this country to bring warehouse jobs back to America. Those were warehouse jobs that he took away. You know how insecure he is. So anything that is successful under the president that preceded him, especially if they're a Democrat, he has to get rid of it. The CHIPS Act. So that was to slow down China from getting our intellectual property. So China has come out with their own AI called DeepSeek. How much did it cost them to develop this AI? Under $6 million. Not billions, not tens of billions, under $6 million. And they said that it is a superb app. You can get it yourself today. You can download this app. They say it's way better than anything that GPT, these prototypes that Elon Musk is talking about having for his Gork or Gorg or whatever, Grok. Okay, so and the most amazing part about it is they don't need all this land to cool off any servers. They need none of that to cool off servers. They need no bulks of land. They need no construction that is ruining the lives of people in the communities around them to cool off any servers. And it came out of the blue. They did they launched a little test prototype last November, and then in January they launched the whole AI thing. And it took everybody by surprise. And you know how they did that? They made sure that everybody who worked on this project had never gone to school nowhere but in China. They didn't want to risk using people who had went to colleges and made relationships in the United States. No, everybody who worked on this was China born, raised, and educated. That's how they did it. Okay, so let me share this with you about Grok. Not Grok, about, hold on. About DeepSeek. DeepSeek. I apologize. Okay, let's check this out. So we are paying the cost for people who are trying to create some antiquated bullshit. All of this for destroying communities, water, the ecosystem, to create some antiquated bullshit.
January 27th, 2025 may go down in history as DeepSeek Day.
DeepSeek shaking up global tech.
NVIDIA losing nearly $600 billion in market cap today alone.
In a few hours, the company broke its own record for the biggest.
Okay, you heard how much NVIDIA lost in market share that day. And I showed you Elon Musk's plan for in Memphis. Does he plan to make all of his chip? NVIDIA. Who's losing market shares to China? And he set up his Grok under an NDA. Everything about his shit is antiquated already before he gets off the ground. Let's continue.
Biggest single-day loss of market value in history. A handful of other US chip stocks, many trading at 30 times earnings, or the biggest single-day loss of market value in
$1 billion in market cap today alone.
In a few hours, the company broke its own record for the biggest single-day loss of market value in history. A handful of other US chip stocks, many trading at 30 times earnings or more, plummeted as well. They dragged down the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100. Even as companies pared some losses later in the week, DeepSeek had sent a message.
US tech giants have really claimed supremacy in the AI race. DeepSeek is really making them question that narrative.
The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call.
DeepSeek revealed that it was able to outperform the leading US AI companies at only a fraction of the cost.
The entire stock market has been really hinging on this AI supply chain. And what DeepSeek threw into question is whether or not that supply chain really needs to be built out as much as the companies have projected.
So what do we know about how this nascent app rocked global markets? And is it the pin that will burst what many fear is a dangerous AI bubble?
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I
DeepSeek makes an app similar to ChatGPT or Claude. It'll write code, answer questions, or script an empathetic breakup text, but it distinguishes itself by articulating its reasoning before responding to a prompt. And what's extraordinary is its apparent quality and low cost, and of course its seeming appearance out of nowhere.
DeepSeek is a Chinese AI startup that was formed in 2023 and spun out of a hedge fund.
It was the product of 40-year-old entrepreneur Liang Wenfeng. He looks like this, and only this actually, because it's one of the only shots anybody has of him. While Western tech leaders are extraordinarily good at self-promotion,
He's kind of stayed out of the spotlight.
There's not a great deal known about him. He certainly wasn't a well-known name in Chinese tech.
But he's a well-known quantity in finance, especially in China.
Seems like he studied electrical engineering and computer vision, which is a very interesting field of AI specifically.
So to the AI world, DeepSeek.
Okay, so while America likes to big up all of these tech people who look, who was it? Was it Bill Gates didn't even finish college? And how does the things that they create for us to use in America, how does it negatively affect us? And we see and how are they always introducing stuff on the stage and have to be front and center about their next big venture, trying to sell it to us instead of doing what this dude from China did. Just put his head down, do the work, and present his product that is not harmful to society. That's what I want to say. This person, they didn't even finish college, and look at them. They are a billionaire. At what cost to us? Let's continue.
DeepSeek wasn't entirely new, but in November, it released a preview of its R1 model. And later that year, we could see that it was actually performing really well against some benchmarks versus some of the more well-known AI models, including OpenAI's.
In fact, it ranks among the top performers on a UC Berkeley affiliated leaderboard called Chatbot Arena. In January, DeepSeek hit the big time when its R1 model was made available in an app.
It quickly surged to the top of the App Store and it surpassed OpenAI's ChatGPT.
The tech industry has been really impressed by DeepSeek.
These are AI models that can not just produce text, but can actually develop mathematics skills, coding, and some advanced reasoning that we haven't seen from computers in the past.
Answering questions the way, a human might think through a question.
Just don't ask it about Chinese politics. Its reasoning is aligned with that of Beijing's censors, meaning some questions are politely sidestepped. But it's also open source. Developers can inspect the code, modify it, and run it on their own servers, even for commercial use. US AI startup Perplexity has already announced DeepSeek can be used uncensored on its platform.
But what really sent investors over the edge is that DeepSeek revealed it was able to build this model and train it at just a fraction of the cost. Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei predicted that it will eventually cost $100 billion to train models compared to $100 million today.
DeepSeek, we're told this happened with $6 million in funding. Is that possible? Is that true?
They said this one individual training run was $6 million.
The fact that DeepSeek was able to do this really raises the question, what have these companies been spending billions of dollars on?
AI is notoriously capital intensive. Since 2017, total spending on chips and data centers by some of the major US players has shot up. Now, let's see the breakdown. Microsoft, Amazon, Oracle, Google, and Meta, together, they're forecast to spend more than $250 billion on AI infrastructure this year alone. And that's one big reason NVIDIA's investors got spooked. It makes a lot of that stuff. DeepSeek's low-cost, high-performance product suggested packing expensive data centers full of power-hungry semiconductors might not be as necessary as previously thought. It's also why energy companies and equipment manufacturers' share prices sank in the wake of DeepSeek's emergence too. AI devours energy. This is Microsoft and Google's total energy consumption. You can see the upward trend, and a lot of that's because of AI, which would have been good news for those who generate it.
So does it make sense now what I'm telling you? Does it? Is any of this connecting? I'm sure it is connecting with my audience, but so many people are unaware of this. They think that AI is the next best thing. Is it the next best thing to you and to us in America? With all of this stuff that they're doing to our environment, and obviously they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Obviously, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. All of these servers and all of this shit, and China needs absolutely none of it. And your 4547 is going to fast track whatever they need, these billionaires need. And we already know he don't care what we need. Let me get past this commercial. 1 second. Okay, let's continue.
So how was DeepSeek even able to become so proficient?
Washington, for a number of years now, has been restricting China's access to cutting-edge chips, which they thought would hold it back significantly in the AI sector.
The Biden administration moved to curb sales of these high-tech chips.
The future of the chip industry is going to be made in America.
This meant that NVIDIA and other chip makers couldn't sell to Chinese companies. So DeepSeek got creative. It found a way to more efficiently build and train a model without needing so many NVIDIA GPUs.
One thing that they've been able to do is really get more power out of sort of older computing chips, older NVIDIA products.
It's something game developers have practiced for years, because the components of a console, say the old PlayStation 3, never changed. Game makers had to figure out how to eke performance out of them, so titles released at the end of a console's life often had better graphics than those available at the start. Uncharted versus The Last of Us, for example. Liang Wenfeng probably knew this.
Before the US chip curbs sort of came into play, he started sort of hoarding these NVIDIA older chips, older graphics processing units.
It's not the first time a Chinese company managed to innovate underneath US-led sanctions, though.
About a year ago, Huawei stunned the tech industry by unveiling a phone that was powered by semiconductors that were more advanced than US officials previously thought possible, especially after they had instituted export controls. This DeepSeek release and this huge reaction that it sparked could raise alarm bells in Washington in a similar way.
There are a lot of people now in Silicon Valley trying to decipher how exactly DeepSeek was able to build this model, whether it used technology from other companies, and whether it used more chips than it's let on.
DeepSeek hasn't commented on industry speculation, but Microsoft launched an investigation to find out if it's accurate.
I don't think there's a clear answer to that yet, but I do think they have shown, in the research that DeepSeek has published, that they have been able to, come up with their own innovations here, and they have been able to really be efficient with the technology that they do have.
DeepSeek's focus on efficiency rather than funding meant it could engineer itself into a competitive position, even if it was standing on the shoulders of giants. And despite the risk its achievements are thought by investors to pose, President Trump and American tech bosses have been pretty complimentary of the Chinese startup.
Competition is great for the U.S. and DeepSeek is competition, no doubt about it. I'm hearing all of the tech titans speak of it glowingly.
To see the DeepSeek new model, it's super impressive.
This is a bit of a wake-up call for the AI industry.
I think that the US has spent a long time sort of underestimating China. China's tech sector is actually very capable of innovating and creating these very powerful and very advanced products. And I think that Silicon Valley's, presumed lead that they have over China, I don't think they should take that for granted.
Okay, the link to that video as well is in my description box. This is just some stuff that I want to alert you to. When the next time you hear about who's on the cutting edge of AI, understand at what cost it is to us. So let me. Hey, Tracy World, Grand Rising. Those the chips that they're going to require everybody to have, be able to bank easily, shop easy, and just to have ID on hand. The mark of the beast again against our will. We must do these things. That's why they're trying to. I think that's why they're trying to enact all of this crypto shit. And speaking of insider trading, why has 4547 Sons got into a, I think they say a mining something for cryptocurrency, which would be a conflict of interest. But we know that this administration has been doing straight up self-dealing throughout this whole administration. That chip thing, I think, I hope it doesn't happen in my lifetime. That's all. That's what I think. Okay, so now they made a ruling that they must bring the young man, the father back from the El Salvador jail, the one that they acknowledge that they sent by mistake. So two courts have ruled they must bring him back. Let's review this quickly. How do you think that you just say, we did it by mistake, but oh well, there's nothing we can do. And you know that he is in a whole gulag prison, and you just throw your hands up, oh well, yeah, it was a mistake, but it's nothing we can do. And that is your final answer.
I really didn't realize until I saw Justice Sotomayor laying it out in her supplementary finding to the Chief Justice's ruling today, that what they're arguing is that they can do this to any one of us.
So, a lot of times people accuse the media of hyperbole. Yeah. There is no hyperbole here. It is everything that you said, and it's actually more, because in the case of Mr. Garcia, he actually had a court ruling that he could stay here. That had been adjudicated. And so this was in violation.
And see, that's one of my points. People think that, oh, well, he was illegal. No, he had standing with the courts that he could not go anywhere. And what did J.D. Vance come out here and say? That he was MS-13 gang member, and then the spokesperson came out, said that he was the leader of an MS-13 gang, and he was doing human trafficking. And none of this is true. But they can just sit out here and lie and disparage people and say anything that they choose to do. And you think that they just, it's illegal. So when you heard the other day that 4547 said that he would like to send some of our hardest criminals, repeat the offenders, U.S. citizens to the same prison. Let's be clear. And everybody just think that, oh, it'll never be me. Kind of like those people who voted for him, who just quickly lost their jobs, and now they're regretting their votes because they didn't think it could happen to them. So you should never be coddled by people who are breaking the law and doing unconstitutional things to other people. Because if it can happen to them, you should always know it can happen to you as well. Let's continue.
Of that court order. So yes, it's absolutely true that the position is that if you put the two cases together, the government was arguing they could snatch anyone in this country, remove them without due process. And even if it's a mistake, this is the callousness, even where it's a conceded mistake, that person can rot in jail as a result of the United States making a mistake, and they would have no obligation to lift a finger. So this is both, as we now know from the Supreme Court in 2 unanimous losses for the Trump administration, that is not the law of this country, that these people are, and anyone is entitled to due process, to a hearing. And in this case, if you make the mistake, you have to facilitate, of course, but any decent human being would automatically think to themselves, which is, how do you rectify it? I can't get over that this is beyond just the law point, which is, what kind of human being sits in their office, realizes the mistake happened, and remember, Mr. Garcia is still in jail in El Salvador because of our mistake, and the Department of Justice's position is we're not lifting a finger unless the court actually requires us to. That is what is so remarkable when you think about what it means to be an American in this country.
Well, yes, and what we don't know is if in the end of this process, the court, backed by the Supreme Court, orders the return of this one person, we don't know that the Trump government will follow that order. And there will be absolutely nothing that any judge in this country can do to force Donald Trump to get that person out of that prison.
Well, this is what I would say with respect to that eventuality. This administration wants to say that they are all powerful and they have so much clout around the world. They can't get this person back from El Salvador. We're paying that prison to house these people. They're going to actually take the position in front of a court that the almighty Trump administration doesn't have the power to effectuate his return. I mean, that seems pretty laughable. Let's wait and see. But that's going to have to be their position if they don't want to return him.
So what do you make of the Chief Justice's remand, his specific instructions, in effect, to the district court judge?
So, one of the things that a district court judge can do here in light of that is, remember, the district court judge didn't have a factual hearing. And the district judge can say, I want to have a factual hearing. If you are saying I can only take these steps and not more, let's have a factual hearing. Let's hear from the people. Let's hear from Marco Rubio. Let's hear about why it is that Kristi Noem could go there. What kind of contract do you have with them? I mean, all of the things that are very public, that don't get into foreign relations, and have a hearing about it. I mean, this is one where it's so unbelievable that you wouldn't think that a humane person and an adult in the room wouldn't say, somebody is in jail because of my mistake. How do you fix it? But also, I think at this point, they'd really have to lie through their teeth in order to try and convince a judge that they don't have the power to effectuate his return. And so, I'm what I'd say is cautiously optimistic that it would be quite a hard road. It's not, I won't put it past them, but I think it would be very, very hard, not to say, unconscionable, to take the position that you couldn't effectuate his return.
We're seeing one of the differences here between the first Trump presidency and the second Trump presidency. In the first Trump presidency, there were people down the chain of command from the president, including frequently in the White House chief of staff's desk, who would not do what he wanted them to do. They absolutely would not do it. And here you have, apparently straight down the line, people who will do exactly what he wants to do. And one of the Trump principles is you never admit you were wrong. You never admit it was a mistake. In fact, they have fired the Justice Department lawyer who admitted in an earlier proceeding that this was a mistake. You get fired for that. And so actually acting on the mistake and doing what normal people, decent human beings do about a
Okay, so he must come back. I wanted to share that with you. And let me share something that you may or may not be aware of about the protection of us as we fly. We already know that planes have been falling out of the sky. We already know that they have this Duffy guy in charge of transportation, which includes air safety. So I wonder, did you guys know about this?
I'm not going to lie. I like some of Trump's policies, and that's the reason why I voted for him. But did I know?
Okay. So this is a Trump voter. TSA offices have a dire warning for America.
It was going to threaten America, the America that I keep safe every day.
America's airport security has been thrown into chaos.
The Trump administration is ending collective bargaining for more than 50,000 TSA workers across the country.
According to TSA officers, the consequences could be deadly.
With this current administration,
So why did he stop their collective bargaining? Why? Why? Because they hate unions. Because they hate people who can organize for decent pay, decent work conditions. Obviously, because so many of them had cases and investigations going at the time that 45, 47 took office, and then put one of the persons who had the most investigations going in several different departments over cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. And of course, they cut out all of the departments that had investigations on him. They don't care shit about anything in this country but the rich. Let's continue.
I was expecting it to bring order. To me, it just brought chaos.
In March, without warning, the Department of Homeland Security illegally ripped up the TSA's union contract.
These are the people responsible for staffing the airport, making sure things like weapons and explosives don't make their way through security.
We're going to see terrorist attacks. We're going to see vulnerabilities that should never, ever exist ever again.
Experts say this is part of a bigger plan, detailed in Project 2025, to cut staff, slow down security lines, and let the system fail.
They're using the keyword privatization to say, hey, we're cutting the fat, we're cutting TSA, but I think there's ulterior motives.
We spoke with airport security officers and flight attendants to understand the impact of Trump's unprecedented move against the TSA union and what it could mean for air travel and workers across the country.
I've been flying for about 5 years on 9/11, and it was the flight that I flew quite frequently, Flight 175, that you can picture slamming into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. After that happened, we were gathered together trying to make sense of what had just happened, and there was a big sign on the door that said, "Never forget," and I thought, who the hell is ever going to forget this?
Sarah Nelson has been a flight attendant for nearly 30 years. She also represents flight attendants across the industry as president of the American Flight Attendants Association.
And it was my good friends who died on 9/11, which is why the TSA was formalized. When they died, there was private security going to the lowest bidder at all of our airports, none of it connected to anything else.
The Transportation Security Administration, or TSA, was created to standardize and strengthen airport security nationwide.
For the first time, airport security will become a direct federal responsibility.
Federalizing the workforce, making this a professional job, and connecting to all of our other intelligence agencies immediately made security better and plugged the holes that cost us more than 3,000 lives.
For the first decade of its existence, TSA workers had no union, no contract, no collective voice.
We knew that we had to work with those workers to gain the right to organize.
Workers unionized with the American Federation of Government Employees in 2011 and agreed to a first contract a year later.
When someone is in a high-pressure situation doing security work, but they're trying to move people through so they can get to their flights, so they can spend money in the airport, there's a lot of pressure to let things go. And with that union, they were able to raise their hand and say, we got to slow things down. We have to make things a little less convenient for people in order to be safe. And once they got their union, we had that added security.
In 2023, TSA workers were able to secure a much-needed pay raise of 30%, a huge win for a group that once said they'd make more money working at a sandwich shop.
This week, TSA's workforce of 60,000 will get their first substantial pay raise since the agency was created in 2001.
The contract that they just negotiated with pay and benefits and security that makes it a career job finally stopped the attrition that had people running out the door before, so that you have not only a professional workforce that's well-trained and connected to the rest of the country and to all of our intelligence, but also people who want to stay there because it's a good job.
The attrition rate fell by nearly 50% after the new contract was signed, but now all of the...
Okay, so before the contract was signed, it was a revolving door because nobody respects a job that they can't make a living off of, and they expect all of these high standards from the people, but they don't pay them enough to have a living. So the union bought up their cost of living and made people be like, hey, I may want to stay at this job. See, that's I mean, isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious? If you got a piece of shit job and you want to go to a party, you can't get the day off, you can't change your schedule, you working at a place where you got to call every day to see if you working today and what shift you working today, it's easy for people to walk off those jobs. And this job is securing and making sure that no stuff, that could harm a plane in mid-flight gets on the. Do you want those type of people working? Now, if they privatize the TSA again, what is going to be the most important thing that any private company will have TSA doing? Saving money. Why would they need to save money? So the shareholders and the CEO can make money. That's what privatization is and does. So that's how you're being put in danger. And if the costs are a thing, you think they're going to be paying them decent wages? And if you're not being paid decent wages, do you think you're going to take seriously your job and the rigmarole that goes with it? Fuck this job. So that's my point.
All of those gains are in jeopardy. Bobby, a former Marine, has worked as a TSA baggage officer at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport for nearly 15 years.
I've seen everything in a bag, from dead gerbils in a bag to a kitchen sink. You name it, I've seen it. I've opened a bag where it was a garbage bag and there was meat full of maggots. As a passenger, do you want those maggots getting loose under the plane and getting in your bag? What I like about my job is I protect America. I love protecting America. I love the people that I interact with, because I'm a people person. People think it's a benign job, but it's an important job. If I have any suspicion at all, I check that bag because lives are at stake. It's not just a bag. That bag represents a life. What this current administration has done, and they literally took away our bargaining rights. We signed a 7-year contract in good faith. They think the union's a bad thing. We're not telling them how to do their job. We're just making our life more comfortable, and they can concentrate on the security of people.
Since the Trump administration's announcement to dissolve the TSA union, Bobby has noticed major shifts among his coworkers.
The morale has gone down quite significantly because people are unsure about their jobs. People are thinking, how am I going to support my family?
The employees are scared, they're mad, they're upset. The workforce is continuously calling me what's really going on because this was such an illegal action taken by the agency. I compare it to when you're making mortgage payments and the bank decides, you know what, we're going to foreclose on your house, even though you've been making the payments, just so we can make more money because your house is worth double than it was before. And it's going to cause a lot of problems in the workplace. And believe you me, the worst thing that can happen is having confusion in the workplace.
Johnny Jones has worked at Dallas-Fort Worth alongside Bobby since the TSA was formed in the aftermath of 9/11. He says TSA agents are facing the worst conditions since the agency was created.
Go in there and try to put a day off or change your vacation and see what happens today. You don't have that consistency, it's gone. It's all gone. That's because it's not guaranteed any longer. It was in your contract, but now it's gone. When you have confusion, people make mistakes. When people are not being able to stay focused, maybe they make a mistake while they're screening a bag and something happens.
But the officers we spoke to are even more worried about what could happen if the courts actually allow the Trump administration to end their contract, opening the door for mass layoffs.
The next thing would be to privatize the workforce, because when they cut the staff, the lines get long. All of a sudden they're going to say, well, guess what? The TSOs can't do the job anymore. Let's privatize it. And now they're trying to bring it to fruition.
Contained in Project 2025, the Trump administration's unofficial playbook, is a two-step plan.
Pay attention. This is all been written out in Project 2025. This is just not no mere happenstance. Let's pay attention to what Project 2025 said about these specific jobs. This think tank who wants to remove all regular people from their jobs because it's bureaucratic overreach, it's bureaucratic waste. Let's see what it says. Let's see, is it comporting with what 4547 is actually doing right now?
Plan for the TSA. Step 1, deunionize immediately. Step 2, private TSA. Step 1, contained in Project 2025, the Trump administration's unofficial playbook, is a two-step plan for the TSA. Step 1, deunionize immediately. Step 2, privatizing TSA screening. And in late March, Republicans introduced a measure to privatize the TSA.
I'll guarantee you I'll be driving. I won't fly if it's private because that person will make me unsafe. We get vetted. We get vetted hard. And they're going to find the cheapest labor they can to take it over because it's about the bottom dollar. If you get rid of the workforce, TSA, you're going to get rid of a lot of experience over time.
When you're traveling with your family and you see a TSA officer, you know that that's a federal employee doing a job to uphold the Constitution and to protect your family to get to your destination.
TSA workers believe that if the Trump administration's attack on their union isn't blocked, it will set the stage for a war on workers' rights at large. Their fears turned into...
Of course, it's assault on workers' rights at large. So we know that the Republicans hate unions, and this is going to show you how far down the scale and what percentage of unions we have remaining in the United States. So let's be clear. This administration and these Republicans, in my opinion, wants us to be slaves to the billionaires. They don't give a fuck about the regular man. Also, what else? I was about to say something prior to that. Also, it's the old playbook that you see Elon Musk pulling off. Take all of the important agencies that are really needed, like in the Social Security, in the y'all see what's going on with the IRS. You've heard 4547 say out of his own mouth that we need to go back to a tax that a tariff tax that they had before the IRS, and he doesn't know why they decided to create the IRS. These millionaires and billionaires hate paying taxes, and they're about to get a tax break, and they're still complaining about the IRS in total, when they should be getting a tax hike. Okay, so I digressed. Okay, so I fell off the wagon. So my point of the whole situation is I didn't forget my point. I forgot my point because I digressed. What was I saying? Anyway, let's continue.
Turned into reality when Trump signed an executive order to
I know what I was saying. Elon Musk's playbook is to cut all the workers from these agencies and make the agencies make the agency appear like they are failing within themselves. But the fact that they have cut all the workers from these agencies, and then they make it look like, oh, look how long these people have to wait, and this Social Security is not working. It needs to be fixed. No, it needs to be working the way it was working prior to you going in there and fucking it up to make it look like it's not sufficient. So is that what they're going to do with the TSA as well? Oh, look at all these long lines. You got to go to the airport 4 hours, and 4 hours before your flight, and I barely made my flight. Is that what they're going to do? And they're going to blame it on TSA and say, hey, we need to get some private companies that are going to be more efficient, doing less things to make sure that you are safe when you're flying, because they're paying them peanuts and they're taking out regulations that have kept you safe since 9/11. I don't know, but it's bullshit upon bullshit upon bullshit. They don't want you regular people making livable wages. There, I said it.
And union rights for federal workers.
This is PATCO on steroids.
In 1981, 13,000 members of the Professional Air Traffic Controllers Organization, or PATCO, went on strike for better conditions. President Reagan gave them an ultimatum: return to work or be fired.
Congress passed a law forbidding strikes by government employees against the public safety. It is for this reason that I must tell those who fail to report for duty this morning they are in violation of the law, and if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated.
When the striking air traffic controllers stood their ground, he fired them all. Reagan considered privatizing the FAA, but ultimately decided against it.
When President Reagan fired the air traffic controllers who were out on strike fighting for decent pay, for a 32-hour work week, for a good life in return for their service to our country, he sent a message to the rest of corporate America that it was open season on unions. So corporations went out and fought, and today there's less than 6% of the private sector that's unionized. We've got to rush to the sides of government workers like we failed to do in 1981.
The Flight Attendants Union and AFGE, which represents TSA workers, have sued the Trump administration.
The goal of the lawsuit is to stop the agency's illegal action.
Hopefully with this lawsuit, we get an injunction and we could depend on AFGE again. It will help people be more secure, do not go to bed and losing sleep over the fact they might lose their job at any minute.
When the court process has run its course, we have to be willing to do whatever it takes in order to defend these collective bargaining rights, in order to defend working people's rights. But it's also about pushing back against this idea that union contracts can just be canceled from one day to the next.
I voted for Trump, but was my decision the right decision? I have to live with that every day. I have a sense of pride in me where, I serve this country and I serve the country helping protecting America, There hadn't been a plane to go down since 9/11. I take pride in that. We're all about legacy in this world. We want to leave something behind. We're not making things better. We're going backwards. And I hate that, all because of money.
I pledge allegiance to the dollar of the United States that don't give a fuck about me, and to the republic that chooses to scam one nation under the dollar, indivisible, from the rich people who run everything in the ground. There, I've said my pledge of allegiance. Okay, so what do you guys think about that? I thought that that was something interesting that you should know. Ain't it funny that they are rolling in money and still complaining? They will never have enough until the people have had enough. Exactly. I concur. Very Carey, did I speak? Hey, Very Carey. Thank you for being here. Okay. So I have a couple of more things that I want to show and talk about. Here's a little short clip from Eric Holder. Let's see what Eric Holder has to say about what's going on. If you want to hear more from Eric Holder, he did a interview, I believe, with Rachel Maddow, but this is just a short little clip.
Some are doing, I think, the right thing. Some are being timid. Some are showing themselves to be cowards. Some are making business determinations when they ought to be making legal decisions or putting into their decision.
He's talking about these lawyers and these big law firms that are capitulating to 45, 47, as if they aren't lawyers and don't know the law, because they're choosing what over what's right. They're choosing money over what's right. What they know is illegal, but they don't want to be shunned and lose cases and lose clients. It kind of reminds me of the Republicans who are sitting back and letting 45, 47 run all over the Constitution because they are afraid that they are going to be primaried. You are going to lose your seat because you are not fighting back. And the same thing I think and feel is going to happen to these law firms, because they are not going to, first of all, they're not going to be able to choose what clients they take. They are going to deny clients that they know they have a good case because it will be displeasing to the king, to their emperor, who they have bowed down to. So these motherfuckers are going to be fighting cases that they don't even believe in. Can you imagine? Ugh. Idiots.
Decision making, a sense of moral obligation. And I've been disappointed by some in the legal profession about the ways in which they have interacted with this administration. You can't make deals with these folks. This is an attack on the rule of law. They want to go after people who are their critics. They want to go after people who would defend those people, that is the lawyers. They want to have a Justice Department that fires lawyers who tell the truth to judges. They want to then go after the judges themselves. This is all part of a piece. It's all about the erosion of the rule of law so that Donald Trump will have the ability to have authoritarian powers in this nation. This is the person who the founders tried to put a system in place to prevent from coming to power. And unless we as lawyers stand up, joined by the judiciary, and somehow get Congress to find out that it has power within our system of government, we will lose that which defines this nation, that which makes this nation exceptional. That is really what is at stake.
That is really what's at stake.
Dr. Gundry, is it okay to eat oats every day?
Oatmeal's healthy. Okay. So I wanted you guys to see that, and I definitely agree with that. Okay, so I have something else I wanted to share with you. Hold on, I already showed you. Let me go back. Okay. Here we go. Let me share this little thing with you. I didn't put my goals up. I forgot to put my goals up today. If you learned something new, if you learned something new, you can Cash App $ Ronnie Q. Those are my goals, is to teach you something new that you may not have known. If you've learned something new, let's hear a little bit of this one. They're talking about the insider trading of it all. Trump gets bad news on exploding insider trading.
That's obviously taken hold of the. I'm joined now by the U.S. Senator from Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren. Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you for having me.
So I wanted to talk to you today because right now we are kind of seeing what may very well be, or what has the ingredients to be, an insider trading scandal kind of unfold. That's obviously taken hold of the national conversation very quickly in light of the fact that there is evidence that certain shares were bought in the minutes preceding Donald Trump's announcement that he would do a 90-day pause on the tariffs. So what happens now? Like, what can you do? What can the Senate Democrats do in light of this happening to try and gather some information here?
So just think of it this way. Here's Donald Trump out there saying all kinds of stuff. He drives the market way down, goes totally into the toilet, gets flushed, moves through the pipes, and then he changes the whole thing and it shoots way back up. Right. Something happens in between those 2 points. And that is right before he makes those announcements that make the market say, yay, fabulous, he's not as crazy as we thought. A bunch of people buy shares of stock. And they buy what are called calls so that they can leverage and buy even more shares of stock on very little money. The SEC ordinarily would just stop and investigate. They say, whoa, is this either insider trading, that is, a few people were tipped off about what was going on, or is it just straight up market manipulation, even if it happens out in public? The SEC would ordinarily do that, but this is now Donald Trump's SEC.
Right.
So that's the real problem we've got here.
Well, I guess now it becomes a fact-finding mission, and the onus is really on the folks who are going to do the work. And I want to get back to that in just a moment, because I don't want to let the DOJ, the FBI, and the SEC off the hook just because we know that they're going to act in a way that's corrupt. That doesn't give them license to act in a way that's corrupt with impunity. But is there even a way to find out who bought the calls? For example, if there's folks in the administration, if there's folks in the House or the Senate?
Yep, there are records on this. And that's how it is that the SEC and the Department of Justice actually go after people. And if you think they can't track this down, ask Martha Stewart.
Right.
And remember.
But do you need buy-in from the SEC to be able to do this? Is this something that A, Congress has the power to do without buy-in from the SEC, and also that Senate Democrats would be able to do from the minority?
So the people who have access to the information are people who are in law enforcement. Because the question here, the investigation we need, is into exactly the facts of what happened. So at the federal level, it's, like I said, it's Department of Justice, the FBI, the SEC, right?
The SEC, who 45, 47 put under his purview. So none of these people, the FBI or the DOJ, is going to do a goddamn thing about any of this, even if they find glaring evidence that this has happened. So this link is in my description box. I'm going to close out of this one because I have two more regarding this insider trading that I want to share with you as well. This is the same person. If you're not subscribed to him, please subscribe to him. Hold on. Whoops, I got the wrong one up again. Hold on one second. Yeah, check out the link in my description box. It is under insider trading before another market fall. Because we do know that there has been another market falling after those millionaires and billionaires were able to recoup their money after this ominous tweet. Okay, so let me cancel that. Now let me here we go.
It continues, and stocks dive so deep they've almost reached. Trump's unnecessary trade war with China continues, and stocks dive so deep they've almost reached the Mariana Trench. This is just another day. It comes as a surprise to no one that with stocks tanking, 401ks plummeting, and trade partners bailing, America's economy got back on the roller coaster today. Sorry, did I say no one? It actually came as a surprise to one person.
Mr. President, can you give us a reaction to today's stock market drop and also give us a sense of the next steps with China?
Well, I haven't seen it because I've been here for 2.5 hours.
That's right. When it comes to anything going on in the outside world, this president is more locked out than a CIA black site. I also kind of...
Okay, so this is on yesterday. We remember after he stopped the tariffs, except for 10%, the market rebounded and people were able to make back their millions and millions of dollars. So then yesterday, he was busy getting sucked up to by all of his appointees were in, and they're sucking out of it. And I wonder, did you guys watch the cabinet meeting that he had? Linda McMahon, who's over the Department of Education, who is shuttering the Department of Education, says something that struck me very curious. She said that he asked, everybody was giving their little blase reports, and she said that, we have scaled back. I think she said something like 400 million from one school and 190 something million from another school, but these schools weren't under the purview of the Department of Education, but because these schools that she mentioned were actually colleges. So I'm like, well, the only thing that I thought that the Department of Education had purview over regarding colleges was Pell Grants. So why the fuck is Linda McMahon talking about the money that they have gotten back investigating? What do they call it? They call it investigating discrimination because of based upon Jewish people in these college institutions being harassed. What does that have to do with the Department of Education in college? It's not a goddamn thing. They just wanted to get their talking point out. I'm sorry. I had to get that out.
Kind of love that Trump is adopting the same tactics that members of his own party used during his first term when they didn't want to deal with the shitstorm he was creating.
I didn't see that tweet, actually. I can hear what you're reading, but I spent the weekend reading litigation and regulatory materials related to asylums.
We saw the president's tweets this weekend.
Actually, I was out of town. GOP Senator Marco Rubio told CNN, I didn't see it. You're telling me about it. I don't read Twitter. I only write on it.
That was then Senator Marco Rubio using the classic defense of, I only read Playboy for the articles. But just because Trump was trapped inside, that didn't mean that he didn't have people on the outside to field questions about how awesome everything was going.
Kevin, what about the deals? We want to see deals. We want to see win after win after win. We want to see countries coming into the White House signing deals. When will that happen?
Great question. Trump has said that his phone's been ringing off the hook and that there's not enough time in the day to get all those big, beautiful deals done. So this is the moment we've been waiting for. Let's see it. Where's this big, beautiful list of countries that wants a seat at the negotiating table?
I'm not going to name the countries yet. In fact, we have a meeting today with all the top principals where we're going to present to the president.
It's hard to put into words the horrors that we've witnessed every day during our time here.
Hold on, let me get past this commercial.
I'm not going to name the countries, but there are so many,
and now that it has gone from 70 countries to allegedly 90 countries, but they cannot name one country that they are doing these proposed deals with. It's bullshit. All of that whole big performance was bullshit to do exactly what they have done, enrich the rich, in my opinion. And what about the money that was lost in retirement 401k funds? Not a motherfucking peep, because they don't give a fuck about it. Let's continue.
They're clamoring. They all want a seat at the table, and you can't even just name one. That's like showing you a picture of my totally real supermodel girlfriend who lives in Canada just to prove she exists. And by the way, she's been telling me during our awesome sex times that Trump's tariffs on her country are tough, but fair. But back inside, our blissfully ignorant president gathered with his cabinet in their apparently airtight, newspaperless, Wi-Fi-less, carrier pigeon-proof room to do what exactly?
Under your leadership, like so many other industries, we are going to revitalize and make shipbuilding and maritime great again.
The effort that we have is fulfilling the mandate that you earned from the American public.
What you have assembled in your vision is a turning point and an inflection point in American history. And so just being a part of that is the greatest honor. So thank you for that. And
President, we've had some great wins in the last few days that, you were overwhelmingly elected by the biggest majority. The U.S. Americans want you to be president because of your agenda.
And so, again, thank you for your leadership and thank you.
Okay, so we're not going to tell this lie. He won with less than 200,000 votes while he was stomped on by Biden by over 7 million votes. Blowing smoke up his ass and telling outright easily disputed lies. Let's be clear. This is some bullshit.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
Good. God. Lincoln surrounded himself with a team of rivals. Trump surrounded himself with a team of blowjobs. But as the volatility in the market continued and the S&P tumbled 3.5% today, this president spent over an hour getting showered in compliments from his cabinet in a meeting that I can only assume was held inside of his colon. But it wasn't just praise he was receiving, he also got updates on some of the important work that his administration's been doing.
So that's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China's had too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir.
I'm working with Lee Zeldin to reassess the fluoride rules based upon the August release by the National Toxicity Program of new science that shows a direct inverse correlation.
I did my whole rant on Hegseth and I was on mute. Well, I am happy to redo my whole rant on Hegseth. I apologize. That motherfucker had sat up here and bought Obama's name into some bullshit. And 4547 is talking about why was he talking about ships? Because 4547 said in this cabinet meeting that China has ordered thousands of ships, and we have only, I think he said the U.S. has only ordered either 2 or 4 ships, and we're getting back into the ship making business, and we don't do that anymore, and I'm gonna commission some more ships and this, that, and the other. Obviously, he has no knowledge of what it takes to make a ship. Where are we going to make these ships out of the blue? Because you trying to dick ride on China's back. You trying to compete with China. You trying to do what you rich motherfuckers like to do. If you got one, I'm going to get two. If you got two, I'm going to get four. Get the fuck out of my motherfucking face. At the same time, you're cutting every agency of the people. You trying to, you guys are, I'm going to tell you how they're going to try to cut Medicaid with this new budget that they are slicing up. They have approved the tax cuts for the rich, and they're going to get it off the backs of Medicaid. You guys don't want to finance Social Security. You guys don't want to finance FEMA. You guys don't want to finance government workers that has made this country run. You guys don't want to finance anything, but you want to dick jock China about some motherfucking warships. I told you that I showed you yesterday where he said that he wants the Pentagon to have a $1 trillion budget. $1 trillion budget. But you can't, but everybody else, you cutting out unions, all of this shit. Now, here you got Hegseth up here talking about, yeah, and we're taking over the Panama Canal because it was decimated under Obama and other people. Motherfucker, you are white supremacists. You don't have the fucking wherewithal. You don't have the qualifications to do the job that you're doing. You are in yourself a DEI hire, motherfucker, unqualified, and you up here trying to spit on Obama's name. You wish you had half of the common sense that Obama had. You wish you knew half of the shit that you need to know to do your job, much as Obama did with ease, even though he had a motherfucking Congress up there trying to block him at every cost, bitch. The actual audacity for him to single out Obama, only Obama, it really pissed me off. This motherfucker who's firing 4-star generals because they're black. That's why he fired them, because they're black. We are clear on this. This is the most white supremacist administration that there is. And then you got that goofy ass bitch talking about he won by the largest margin in history, when he won by, I believe it's less than 200,000 votes. In the meantime, in 2020, Biden beat him by 7 million votes. And you got this dingy ass bat bitch in there talking about how much he won by. And the people want you, bitch, you had absolutely nothing to say. Where does she work? Is there a department of licking balls and kissing ass? Is that the department that whole worked in? With that bullshit? Just disgusting. And here come this bumbling idiot. A shame to the Kennedys' legacy. Let's see what this ignorant motherfucker got to say. Let me go back. Okay.
Are pushing him out, sir.
I'm working with.
Oh, back to this motherfucking Obama and others helped give away the Panama Canal, but we are pushing them out and we are taking back over. We ain't doing a motherfucking thing. I already told you Blackstone is the one who is purchasing interest in the Panama Canal. What is Blackstone? They are a motherfucking private corporation, a hedge fund corporation that only invests in shit that is going to make its stockholders richer. So why are you sitting up here talking shit on Obama's name that he did something in the Panama Canal when President Jimmy, what was it? When did I know Jimmy Carter went over there to give it back. But it really wasn't ceremoniously giving it back. Maybe I don't think it was under whoever the fuck it was under. Obama ain't did shit with the Panama Canal. The simple fact, Obama and others. Who would be the others? Who came after Obama? Trump? Biden? Who came after Obama? Who are these others? And you're taking it back. No, Blackstone, a private company, is taking it back for profit. And you guys trying to sit up here and pretend like we have done something as the United States. No, you did what the United States is famous for. Privatizing some shit so some rich people can get richer. And who the fuck you think you fooling talking about Obama? These motherfuckers love to put their buzzword in. And Biden, and Biden, and Biden, and Biden did this. We're fucked up, and Biden did this. Biden left us the worst economy when you got the best economy handed to you than any president of the United States from Biden after the COVID, after he had to come in and clean up shit from 45, 47 after the COVID epidemic. While it wasn't perfect, let's understand that this was a worldwide epidemic. And the United States, after this epidemic, the United States was the economy that the world thought that bought itself out of that COVID crisis the best under Biden. Under Biden. It was the shining star of bringing itself out of the COVID situation. It was leaps and bounds ahead of every other economy. Since they want to measure everything on the economy and all of this shit, they're sitting up here just lying. And all right, let's see what let's see what this motherfucker is working on. After all of his scientific research has been shut down, not by him, but by Elon Musk. All of this shit in Health and Human Services has been shut down by none other than Elon Musk. And the NIH, they have just ruled that they must give the National Institute of Health all of their money that has been allocated to them by Congress. You know, the shit that Elon Musk took away for research, scientific research, they must give the NIH all of that research money back because you were so stupid that you set up and let a motherfucker that don't know, well, you don't know shit about science either. So I guess it's easy. I guess it's easy for you to let another motherfucker do your job. Because you don't know your motherfucking job. A whole bunch of ignorant motherfuckers sitting up here licking ass. Let's see what he's got to talk about right now. He ain't talking about, well, thank God that the NIH has received their funding back so we can do more research into diseases and all of this type. No, he ain't talking about that. Let's see what this dumb fuck is talking about.
Lee Zeldin, to reassess the fluoride rules based upon the August release by the National Toxicity Program of new science that shows a direct inverse correlation between exposure to fluoride and IQ loss, particularly in children.
Within the next 24 hours, you're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership.
Did this motherfucker say fluoride? Studying the effects of fluoride on children? Did this motherfucker say, that was one of his big things, that fluoride shouldn't be in water, that the American people's mouth should look like the people in London who don't have fluoride in their water. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I just know it is what it is. I know that it is that. And he has been, that has been his talking point for years. And this is what this motherfucker is working working on, as he had put out that vitamin D was good in helping with the measles and cod liver oil, and children are showing up with in hospitals with vitamin D poisoning to the point that their livers are failing. That the measles, the measles, people die from the measles all the time, he said, which is untrue because the measles had been eradicated. And you and your crackpot science got motherfuckers bringing their children in, trying to use vitamin D that they heard your silly ass say, putting more children's lives in jeopardy. The measles outbreak broke out in one state, and the last I heard, it has spread to over 19 states. But you talking about motherfucking fluoride. This is your administration. Hey, Jill Comfort Zone. No, it wasn't good. I had my sound off. I did a whole rant about this hedge Seth bringing Barack Obama into some BS. Thank you, Liz, for giving me and M. Renee and that green vegan. Hey, girl. Hey, this is just the craziest shit on earth. And let me and here Pam Bondi. Here come this Pam Bimbo sitting up here talking about I think we're going to get another arrest about the Tesla terrorist attack. The Tesla terrorist attack. As you should be fucking hog tying that motherfucker you talking to. With all the fucking illegal shit that he has done in these past, has it been 80 days? 82, 83 days? But of course you won't. That's why you're there. To make sure no one else will. Because anybody with a conscience or respect the law, they surely wouldn't go through with this bullshit calling people who vandalize Tesla terrorists, bitch. Are you serious? This is the seriousness that they are talking about as they fawn and lick the ass of this ignorant motherfucker. As they pledge their allegiance up his ass. Dumb motherfuckers. Anyway, let's continue.
President, and that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiation, President, and that person. You're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership, President, and that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiations.
You know what? Thank God. We have been hearing for years about how these migrant caravans are pouring into this country to rape our wives and sell drugs to our kids, but finally, we have a Justice Department willing to stand up and put a stop to this scourge of Tesla vandalism plaguing our few cities. But in his cabinet meetings, Trump did make one general yet extremely illuminating statement about how his whole tariff debacle is playing out.
So we think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Watch this before eating oats.
Oatmeal's healthy, right?
There's nothing good in oats.
So that is in my, let me stop this. That is in my description box. I may need, did y'all hit my goals? Because I may need some bail money. I may be going to a gulag near you myself. Because God knows that free speech is under attack. Okay. Wait a minute. Let me make sure there's nothing else I wanted to show from that. No, I don't want to show him. Let me make sure. Oh, yes, there is something else I want to show from this. The one that I just ended. Let me reboot this because I would be remiss if I did not show you guys what I have been talking about all morning long. The
capitulation of these millionaires and billionaires. Here we go. Let's get back to it.
America, the land of the free and home of the brave. You know, our ancestors did not storm the beaches of Normandy. In fact, not since the pandemic has America seen this much hoarding. But this time, it's not closets full of sanitizer or rolls of toilet paper.
Oh my God.
Now it's portfolios filled with money. And Trump isn't even trying to hide how much he and his friends are recouping from his chaos.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because he's in financial.
Do you hear the laughter, the gloated chuckles? That's Trump and Charles Schwab, a man worth almost $11 billion, laughing it up inside the Oval Office.
He made $2.5 billion today, and he made over $900 million. And they are here. Hey, see, I made it all right with you guys. Are you guys okay? You guys cool? You guys good? You guys good? How much did the no, thank you, Liz Livos, and thank you, that green vegan, again and again. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna tell you why I may need bail money, but they may shove me in some dark hole in some gulag in another country. So that is what I wanted you to see. These rich people sitting up being coddled that they got their after they got their insider trading tips allegedly.
Office about.
Okay, so
what an amazing day they've just had. You see, Trump's measure of success isn't being able to afford quality health care or getting to retire comfortably or being able to send your kids to college without plunging yourself into debt. His measure of success is, did he and his rich friends get a little bit richer today? Is it any mystery that a man who claims to have so much cash is also the same guy who hawks sneakers online for $400 a pop? Who hawks Bibles and coins and shirts and hats and $2 bills that are literally not even worth $2? He's a corrupt real estate slumlord who lied his way into office by rebranding everything he does. If there was any justice, Trump and his cronies would be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. And when that day comes, I just hope he isn't inconvenienced by any transition problems.
okay, so Trump said that the there may be a few trend. Thank you again, that green vegan. Thank you again, Liz. Like, I read my goals. Thank you. There may be a few transition problems, but but everything is going fine. Everything is going fine. Okay. The transition problem, the prices are still going to go up because I have left this economy in just rumble. Thank you. I have Cook Lady Cook. Thank you, that green vegan. I appreciate you guys for helping me make my goals. Now, I'm going to share with you some disturbing. Oh, one more thing about these tariffs. I want to share with you one more thing about these tariffs that he took away and the questions that are surrounding if there was or was not insider trading. Adam Schiff has said that he is going to. I think that while it may be fruitless that they will get any support from the Republicans, I don't know what they're scared of. These people are not going to be reelected back in their seats, is my prediction. I just don't see it. These state senators, I don't see it. So let's see what Schiff has to say.
Senator, thank you for being here.
Great to be with you.
So I want to, we've covered the questions that you're asking a little bit in the last hour. I want to just go over what the questions that you have are, but then I really want to press you on who investigates and answers those questions for the American people. The questions first.
Well, the questions first are, who knew about the abrupt change that Donald Trump was about to make in tariff policy, and did they trade? Did they enrich themselves? There is a related question, of course, in one of Trump's tweets in which he encourages people to buy stock and then uses his own ticker as a plug to buy stock in his own company, whether he was also manipulating the market. These are just some of the questions, but I think your two questions are really interwoven in the manner you describe, and that is, there is a culture of impunity in the White House. They basically have defanged the Justice Department of any meaningful oversight by installing his criminal defense lawyers to run that department. They've fired the truly independent inspector generals. They've done away with all the safeguards. And so in that environment, you have these people of very dubious morals who are essentially told, there's no one watching. You can do whatever you want. No one's going to hold you accountable. It is an invitation to corruption. With the president trading in his own meme coin, for example, can we really expect that people around him aren't also trading to their personal benefit? And that's what's driving these questions and the need for an investigation.
What is the sort of capacity for any accountability when Republicans at least in the House for sure, and many in the Senate, act more like staffers in the White House's Office of Legislative Affairs?
Well, it is clearly diminished, but it is not zero. And I say that because I went through this in the first Trump administration. I was the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee. They didn't want to investigate Russia's interference in our election. They didn't want to investigate the president's effort to extort Zelensky into helping him in the next election. But in the minority, we were nonetheless able to use the tools we had to do oversight. And we benefited enormously by encouraging whistleblowers to come forward. And they did, by asking the questions, by demanding answers. And we produced answers. And this is what we're going to have to do now. We're likewise seeing
Renee, thank you for your super sticker. I think that they need to be less. I think that they need to. No, they don't need to be Marjorie Taylor Greene crazy, but I think that they need to. I don't know. He has a little smile on his face, and like you're just pit-patting through the steps. I think that there needs to be some righteous indignation at this point. There should be people upset about what's going on in our government, but I wanted you to see that. Now, now we know that they're trying to shut down the First Amendment rights by arresting students. There were 19 students arrested, but they did do damage because they broke into the dean's actual office. So they're trying to first it was like thousands of dollars worth of damages. Now is up to $1 million worth of alleged damage. They broke into the door. They poured stuff on papers and shit like that to protest what's going on in Palestine. Now they have been arrested. For their vandalism, but I don't know what the outcome is going to be of this. But we know that they have suspended so many visas of people who were in that pro-Palestinian sit-ins and protests at different colleges and universities, and we'll see what happens. Now, today, the first guy that they arrested, they're supposed to make a decision about him today. They have told them to bring the woman back who is studying for her PhD in Boston. They were supposed to bring her back to Boston, but she still is in the detention camp in Louisiana. They are not following any judge's orders or laws. So it would be interesting to see, because they thought that they were just taking back, I think, what is his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. I don't want to butcher his name. But they thought that they were just taking back his green card at first. Not his green card, his student visa. And then they found out that he had an actual green card. And they let the media fondle with it for a couple of hours. And then the media found out, in fact, that they took away his green card. So they're trying to silence people who are speaking out on what's going on in Palestine. And you guys know bail fund. Thank you, that green vegan. So you guys know I have been, saying what I say about what's going on in Palestine. I think it's horrendous. So I want you to see what they are doing. A pro-Israel group is coming for you. So, this is on TYT. This lady, who she writes books for children, and now a pro-Israel group wrote a letter saying that she should be investigated because she said something about the Palestinian children. Okay, what is happening to the Palestinian children. So let's get into this right quick.
Two babies in Gaza, and their thighs are like this small. We can't let children starve. That is not who we are. It doesn't say love every neighbor except. There are so many reasons I stand strong in love. I stand with everyone. That's who I am.
The woman that you just heard from, unfortunately, has become the latest target of a pro-Israel group that has encouraged the Trump administration to investigate her for possibly being a foreign agent. Now, why would they do that? Well, apparently she is drawing attention to the atrocities committed by the Israeli government against the Palestinian people, namely the children of Gaza. And this organization wants to intimidate her and prevent her from doing so. So let's get into the details on what's going on here. So this pro-Israel group is known as StopAntisemitism.org, and they sent a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi to urge her to investigate this YouTuber. She creates YouTube videos for children. None of her YouTube videos delve into the current war on Gaza at all. However, she's got her own social media accounts as well. And on Instagram, she draws attention to what is happening to the children of Gaza. Clearly, I mean, as someone who creates content for kids, she's someone who cares about the well-being of children, and what's happening on the ground in Gaza is absolutely breaking her heart. So this story was first reported by the New York Post. And I encourage you all to read the New York Post's piece on this, because they shared their examples of her saying things that StopAntisemitism.org takes issue with.
Thinking about starting to run on the treadmill again. I need to drop my belly fat.
Yeah, no.
Let's actually fast forward to those graphics, because here's some examples shared by the New York Post. I don't know if they're sharing this as justification for what Stop Anti-Semitism is doing, but here's one example. Let's go to this photo where she says, this is a prayer for children in Gaza. That was shared by the New York Post. Okay, so is there something wrong with her saying that? Okay, let's go to the other photo. Please stop hurting them. Wow, offensive, super offensive. Now let's get back to StopAntisemitism.org. They claim, look, we value freedom of speech. Don't get us wrong. We totally value freedom of speech. It's just that she's sharing misinformation about what's happening to children in Gaza. I don't believe that it's misinformation. I'll explain why in just a minute. But they believe maybe there's some likelihood that she's getting funded by foreign actors to propagate this misinformation. So Pam Bondi, we want you to investigate it. So we have some excerpts from their letter to the DOJ, and I want to get into it. So the content creator.
Thank you again, Renee. and that green vegan, they have actually written the DOJ because she has said those few things. Okay, so let's be clear. This shit is crazy. The Department of Justice, okay, of this administration, they have written on this woman. Okay, let's continue. It reminds you of Pol Pot. You are correct.
Creator is known as Miss Rachel. Her real name is Rachel Griffin Accurso. And apparently she has frequently posted about the living conditions in Gaza for children to her 2.5 million Instagram followers. Unlike her YouTube content, her Instagram posts are more geared toward adults. She has highlighted the destruction in Gaza since Hamas's war with Israel began in 2023 and has called for better conditions and humanitarian aid for the children. Now, that's an excerpt from a Hill piece. Believe me, I didn't miss that ridiculous framing about how this is Hamas's war on Israel. Really? What Hamas did on October 7th was absolutely disgusting. Got no love for Hamas. I have no interest in defending Hamas at all. Well, really, you're going to frame it as, oh, this is a war on Israel when Hamas ain't got no military. They have no defense capabilities. Israel is backed by the top military superpower, the United States. They have the Iron Dome. Their defense capacity capabilities are incredible. Like, really, okay. So I got that framing. I think it's ridiculous. Now, fast forward to Loira Rez, who's the director of StopAntisemitism.org. She feels aggrieved that this incredibly popular content creator would dare to draw attention to the plight of Palestinian children. So she writes this letter to Pam Bondi and the DOJ saying, given the vast sums of foreign funds that have been directed toward propagandizing our young people on college campuses, we suspect there is a similar dynamic in the online influencer space. Right. Okay. So
you suspect based on what? Based on what? But you suspect that there are these private college. I mean, these students in college have funds to propagate misinformation. Based on what, bitch? Based on what? What money did it take to do a protest at these colleges? What money? And what are you basing any of this on? And is it that you think that they're propagating misinformation, or do you think that they're shining a light on what's actually going on there? So you're seeking the law on them. And who's funding you, bitch?
A highly popular children's content creator who has been viewed 10 billion times is really hard up on cash and needs to reach out to foreign actors for money and is propagating false narratives about what's happening in Gaza as a result. Okay. In other words, she thinks that this highly popular person is taking money from what, Iran, Hamas? Or could it be that she has two eyes, two ears, and is able to see what's happening based on the videos coming from Gaza? They further write, we urge you and your office, meaning the DOJ, to investigate whether or not Ms. Rachel is being remunerated to disseminate Hamas-aligned propaganda to her millions of followers, as this may violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act. I actually think StopAntisemitism.org should be investigated to see if there's any foreign money flowing into their coffers. I just suspect it. That's it. I just suspect that this organization is getting funded by Israel or other foreign countries who are sympathetic to Israel. That's all it takes, right? Just suspicion. Now, do they have any evidence, any real indication that this content creator has taken money from a foreign government or foreign players in order to spread misinformation about Gaza and what Israel's doing? No, they don't. Make no mistake about what they're doing here. They're just trying to shut her up. They're just trying to intimidate her. I looked through her content. I didn't see a single example of her spreading anti-Semitism. I've seen examples of her feeling absolutely heartbroken over what's happening to children on the ground in Gaza. But that's the thing. There's this notion by Israel and by pro-Israel groups that very well might be funded by Israel, I have no idea, but that if you just censor any type of criticism over what the Israeli government's doing right now, people are not going to know about it, right? We're just not going to find out. We all know, we all see it. What they're doing right now in trying to intimidate people who are speaking out against what the IDF is doing, how Israel is prosecuting this war, is they are actually expanding anti-Semitism, not just in this country, but around the world. When you're trying to silence Americans because you don't like their speech about how a foreign country is behaving, that unfortunately leads to more anti-Semitism. But, you know.
Okay, so the link is in my description box. Let's show how else they are trying to silence the voice of the people, the American people. Red Alert is the name of this piece. The link is in. If you are not subscribed to David Pakman, you may want to go over and check out his page as well. So let's see what he's talking about.
The show, I never imagined in my wildest dreams that I would be doing this story. But we are now in a situation where it seems as though the Trump administration is trying to get Amazon to ban my book. I'm going to explain to you.
Banning books. Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? Yes, that is what we're doing.
What we know, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but this is what I believe is now going on. A Reddit thread was created this week. The Reddit thread is called Trump Admin Trying to Remove Books from Online Marketplace. The person who posted this is a regular poster in the Amazon AWS subreddit and seems to have deep knowledge of Amazon cloud hosting, very much indicative that they are indeed an employee of Amazon. In the post, they write, "This is insane. I work for a very large cloud services provider. We have a lot of government clients. Another side of our company sells books online. You have 100% heard of them." So, of course, it appears that they're referring to Amazon. The individual seems to work at Amazon AWS. Continues, "Today, my boss got this email that one of our largest government clients is going to cancel their contract if we don't remove these books that are critical of Trump. This is nuts. We have nothing to do with the book side of the business. And even if we did, this is censorship. I can't believe this is happening. My boss is pulling his hair out over this. No one knows what to do." Let's take a look at the email. The email seems to say book removal request. We just see the OK in book removal request. "Please be advised, we were recently contacted by Redacted regarding renewal of their contract. Redacted maintains that they will not move forward with contract renewal unless the following books are removed. Blank informed blank that we have no input on that side. I don't even know who we would contact about this. The books requested for removal." And as you can see at the bottom, the Echo Machine. How right-wing extremism created a post-truth America, David Pakman. It has the correct ISBNs. You will also notice that our friend Brian Tyler Cohen's book is on the list, Heather Cox Richardson's book, Brian Stelter, Mary Trump, etc. We did some digging and made contact with a couple of Amazon AWS employees who said, essentially, no comment, I'm not touching this, this is radioactive. We were able to make contact with someone who did acknowledge knowing a little more, and they said that this has been sort of brought up the flagpole and that legal as well as higher ranked folks at Amazon are now evaluating this. I'm almost speechless.
Let's see what Jeff Bezos is going to do. Let's see what Jeff Bezos is going to do. The one who was sitting up at the inauguration as Mike Zuckerberg stared down at his wife, big titties, looking like knots on her chest. Hey, Jill. Jill. Hey, Truth and Reason. I saw your comment to Jill. How you doing? Okay, so let's see what's going to happen with these books. What is Jeff Bezos going to do with companies telling him what books he can sell? We are banning books in America. Have we come to that? Take America back again.
Sort of started to think months ago, this is an administration that might start to touch things that we're doing. We're sort of big enough and they seem petty enough that they might touch what we're doing. Now, could this be
Well, maybe they won't touch me because I have become awfully small since I have been trying to give out information that may help us to understand what is really going on in the world. But maybe it's a good thing that I'm in the beef sector, giving out, actual commentary about what's going on in the real world as opposed to these plays and all of this ignorance that's going on in the beef sector at a time. Hey, you can watch what you want. I'm doing my content. Let's continue.
An extraordinarily elaborate hoax where the person making these claims has been posting for months with expertise about Amazon AWS in order to do this exact thing this week. It's theoretically possible. It seems extraordinarily unlikely. So now the questions are the following. Number one, which Trump government agency is doing this? Number two, how is Amazon going to respond? Number three, would others follow suit if Amazon were to delist my book? Which, by the way, we've already had preliminary conversations with lawyers. This may very well be a violation of the First Amendment in the sense that it would be government imposing limitations on the speech of others in exchange for government contracts. This is potentially, by far, the biggest scandal that has even tangentially touched this show. And it wouldn't be that.
The government has already alerted people who have government contracts in other nations that if they don't enact their DEI, the regressive DEI policies that they have put forward, that they will lose their contracts. So you don't think that they're doing the same thing with American companies? You know how fragile 4547 ego is. So if this is coming from this administration, do you not think that they would do this? So here you go. The link is in the description box. Thank you, Truth and Reason. I appreciate your support. Totalitarianism. Wait a minute. Totalitarianism. I can't say the word. Totalitarianism. I know what you're saying. Governments of the past often wage war on intellectuals to repress political dissent, and this smacks of it. Leave Ronnie Q alone. Everybody in the beef sector knows she's crazy. Crazy. Yesterday, I was up on Sincere Saida's page, and we were talking about the young black guy who unalived that white football player. And when I first talked about the story, it was because I hit a link, and I dropped a link in my chat of this gentleman who had been talking about it. And it came up in my feed, and I'm not even subscribed to this gentleman. I'm going to drop the link in my chat if I can go back through my notifications. And I had been seeing the title, but I had been uninterested. But when it popped up in my feed, I was like, this person who did this, I had seen the picture of the twin who was unalive, but it just kept popping up everywhere. And when it popped up in my feed from somebody I'm not subscribed to, I said, I better go check this out. So when I checked it out, this guy had done a whole series about this case. And I shared it with you guys for the first time. And I was over at Sincere's, and she was talking about it. And she was saying that she had gone up on every live. The amazing Lucas. I'm gonna give you his a link to his channel. It seems like let me see, has he put all of his stuff? Let me see. His name is the amazing Lucas. He has been following this case, and here's his homepage. If you want to, I just watched one of his videos where I got information. If you want more information of what's going on with this case, here is the link to his channel. Go over there and check it out. So we're up there talking about this serious situation. And then here comes Talent. Up on, hit the link on her page. And he goes, "Oh, Ronnie Q, I hear you're so beautiful." Okay, and I heard that Ronnie Q put a picture up when she was in her 20s. In my 20s? You don't see this gray hair around my hairline? I guess you don't see the gray hair in my hairline. But this is a picture when I was in my 20s with the gray hair around my face, in my hairline, right here. You don't see all that gray hair? You don't see those wrinkle lines in my face? I understand that Talent is used to screwing women of another race, but the black is cracking around my smile line. The gray hairs are coming in at my the crown of my head, but all of a sudden, I pulled up an old picture. So in the middle of us having a serious conversation. Okay. So then I ain't got no argument for ignorance. I left him up there to his own devices, and I came back up when he was allegedly on his exit, and he had to apologize for being a bumbling idiot when we were having a serious conversation, coming up there with some beef sector bull crap. And it's just weird how these people who protest, what is it? Who pretend to be so above it all, so educated, so enlightened, come up with the most surface level, dumb, ignorant commentary, the most ignorant stuff that they can come up to talk about, who's supposed to be above it all, but can't understand that there is some serious things going on in this world. And this picture must have been 20 years ago. Really? Okay, well shit. I must be older than Bertha Mae Jackson. I must be older than Bertha Mae Jackson. So go over there and check out this story about this young man. There are allegations that there is video footage of how all of this went down, and there are some alleged witnesses who have come forward to dispute the narrative that has been out here. I've only heard one narrative, and it was of both sides, of what both sides are saying. I don't know. I only saw one full accounting of this story on this video that I happened to. So go over there, and if you guys want to follow what's going on, he is following that case. I do know that his GoFundMe, the family has, I don't know if it's technically under GoFundMe, but his family there was, now on Sincere Saida's page, I heard that the GoFundMe was not a official GoFundMe from the family. Now, the family has another GoFundMe type of account, and Sincere Saida has it on her community wall. I don't know if I'll put her link in the chat. She has the link on her community wall if anybody wants to visit. Let me see if I can find Sincere Saida, because she didn't want to, you know, let me see if I can find her. Let me see. I apologize. She didn't want to just say it out loud, but if you want to go visit it, go to her community wall and check it out. So yeah, I am here. Here she is. I'm gonna put the link to her page here. If you want to check out his videos, and I think he does give. I'm not sure if he talked about the GoFundMe. He said that after the family put up their own official site, that you would be shocked at the racist comments that were under that page. And how people have been trying to block that page. And also, I do know that GoFundMe does not allow people to collect money for legal costs. I do know that. But I just find it awful peculiar that they were championing what is his name? Kyle Rittenhouse, and the guy who unalived the guy on the subway, David Penny. It is how they were able to collect. I know Kyle Rittenhouse, I believe, collected close to or over $1 million, and David Penny sitting up there at the Super Bowl with 45, 47, and he collected a lot of money. Okay, but there has been no more information given on this case. Now, after I visited his page, I saw a true crime page that came up, and the title was "Don't." The police say, "Don't take what you're hearing in the press to be fact." So I'm thinking that they're going to say, what are the police saying? Are they saying that what we're hearing about this guy being an innocent victim, or are the police saying that he may have been bullied? But it was just a clickbait page, even though it was the real true crime page. I found it odd that she never went into what about anything specific about what the police said, what the police alluded to, that you shouldn't take at face value that is being spread around on the internet. What she did was said the police said, don't take everything at police value. And we're talking about this case, and we got so-and-so, we got two people on here, and they never divulge anything deeper about what the police said. So I don't know if it was clickbait. I don't even know if the police said this, but it is on a channel that deals in true crime, and it's been around for years and years. It has covered many cases. So I'm just giving you the information. I know I'm not putting nothing on it. I'm just telling you the things that I've heard. I haven't even watched all of his videos. So I'm gonna have to go back through his videos to actually catch myself up on the case. Gorgeous picture. Now it cannot be said that you hadn't shown yourself. Not that that matters. No, but the picture, truth and reason, that picture is allegedly a 20-year-old picture. ignorant ass talent said, I heard you put up a picture from 1929. Oh, really? I didn't know they had photography back then. I didn't know photography was so readily back then. I heard you. You said you were beautiful. Why wouldn't I say I'm beautiful? I ain't never been called nothing but. Why wouldn't I call myself beautiful? She put up an old picture with all this gray hair around my hairline. Okay, all right. Okay, go with that. If that makes you feel better, go with that. But I know what I know, and I know what you see, the beauty in me, and you're upset about it. Okay, so I think there's one more thing. I digress all the way off into myself. This is not about me. I want to share a couple of more things with you guys. So you got Sincere Saida's link. Uh, uh, you know, so this is what's going on in the real world. That was my point. There's so much going on in the real world, and unfortunately, we have a lot of people who can only focus on their attempts to try to have some effect on Ronnie Hugh. I am unbothered. Okay, so did you guys see this hearing on the nominee for NASA? Now, we understand that NASA is one of the other agencies where the welfare queen Elon Musk gets a lot of his contracts from. Are we aware of that? We are aware that the NASA and the Department of Defense are the main places where Elon Musk get most of his welfare for his SpaceX contracts in the billions of dollars. We understand that it was reported that Elon Musk allegedly has gotten either 6 or 8 billion contract within the past 2 weeks. Okay, so did you hear the confirmation hearing of the person who they want to take over NASA? There's something specific. I never seen this happen. They had two people. They had the nominees for NASA and the FCC being questioned at the same time. They would ask, and it's a black woman, shockingly. They ask her questions and then they ask him questions. So let's go over this. Let me share my screen with you guys. I found something. I'm not going to share the whole hearing. I'm just going to share this one man question, the nominee for NASA. One man, one question. And, well, the question was repeated 1,000 times. And I want you to hear his answer. And I want you to tell me, what do you think? It's in my description box. The name of this video. Did it share? It didn't share. Hold on. Okay. The name of this video is Watch Nominees for NASA FCC Testify in Senate Confirmation Hearing. Okay, so we're at the point, I believe. Let's go.
He's taken similarly baseless steps against ABC and NBC.
Okay. He's talking to the FCC woman right now.
And he opened an investigation into the underwriting practices of public broadcasters without citing any evidence of wrongdoing. Taken together, these actions indicate a chairman intent on weaponizing the FCC's legal authorities for ideological.
I firmly believe in the First Amendment. I believe, and I won't do anything to violate it.
Okay, but that's what I wanted to hear. And I'm glad to hear that you will take that position, and I'm going to be closely monitoring the commission's work to ensure that it complies with the First Amendment. Thank you. Mr. Isaacman, you have deep personal and financial ties to Elon Musk. You have invested tens of millions of dollars in SpaceX. You have paid millions of dollars to SpaceX for 2 private space flights. Your payments company, Shift4, has an ongoing, quote, global strategic partnership with Starlink worth millions each year. And according to a recent Wall Street Journal report, Musk personally asked you to lead NASA. Given SpaceX's significant interest before NASA, you can understand why the public would be concerned about conflicts of interest here. So let's try to set a few things straight. I understand that you met with Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago in late 2024. Is that correct?
No, Senator. I was in Mar-a-Lago to be interviewed by the President of the United States.
So you did not meet with Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago?
I went to Mar-a-Lago to be interviewed by the President of the United States.
I didn't ask you that. Did you meet with Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago?
I believe he was one of dozens of people that were around Mar-a-Lago at the time, Senator.
So did you meet with him?
I would not say we had a meeting. We probably had a conversation in passing, Senator.
Okay, during that same trip, then President-elect Trump offered you the NASA administrator job. Is that correct?
At the conclusion of the meeting, Senator, he did.
Thank you. Was Elon Musk in your meeting when Trump offered you the NASA position at Mar-a-Lago?
Senator, I was interviewed by the President of the United States.
Was Elon Musk in the meeting when he offered you the job?
Senator, my meeting was with the President of the United States.
So Elon Musk was. Not in the meeting. Is that what you're saying?
Senator, I was being interviewed and speaking with the President of the United States.
You can just say he was not in the meeting. Was he?
At the conclusion of the meeting, Senator, he did.
Thank you. Was Elon Musk in your meeting when Trump offered you the NASA position at Mar-a-Lago?
Senator, I was interviewed by the President of the United States.
Was Elon Musk in the meeting when he offered you the job?
Senator, my meeting was with the President of the United States.
So Elon Musk was not in the meeting. Is that what you're saying?
Senator, I was being interviewed and speaking with the President of the United States.
You can just say he was not in the meeting. Was he in the meeting or not in the meeting?
Senator, I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. I was being interviewed by the President of the United States.
It's not a difficult.
Asked him 4 times. He's not trying to be as transparent as possible. He asked him 4 times, was Elon Musk in the meeting? My meeting was with the President of the United States. My meeting was with the President. My meeting was with the President. Senator, I'm trying to be as transparent as I can, and my meeting was with the President. Yes, Elon Musk appears to have been in that meeting, that he specifically said that he wants him to be head of NASA, who he already has dealings with Elon Musk and Starlink in his current capacity. Let's be clear. I thought all the conflicts of interest of money that they are allowing a billionaire to even appoint the person who would be over the place that gives him all of this corporate welfare. But they say that if you call for your Social Security check, you must be a fraudster. Yeah, you must be a fraudster because I'm a multi-billionaire, and if my 94-year-old mother-in-law doesn't get her check, she'll just wait till the next month. I'm pretty sure she has the leisure to wait her whole life and not get one. Let's continue. But he has found so much waste, fraud, and abuse in agencies that you have put your money into. And he's talking about making it difficult for you to get your retirement money. Another billionaire talking about, oh well, if you save your money, it shouldn't be any problem. How the stock market has tanked and ruined your 401k. No, well, if you saved your money in an account. They did save their money in their 401k account, bitch. That's what they asking you about. If they've saved their money in account, the stocks going in an account, they shouldn't they should still be able to retire, but they saved their money in their 401k account, bitch. Okay. This what is the title of my the United States pledged their allegiance to more cash for the rich. That is why that is the title of my video. So Elon Musk gets to decide who is going to chair NASA. And this motherfucker is making himself look like an entire fool for not simply answering the question. Was Elon Musk in the meeting with that you had with this numbnut, ignorant ass 4547 to give you this job that he recommend that you have, that you are now nominated for, that you are now sitting in a confirmation hearing for? Okay. Are you sick yet? Are you guys sick yet? Are we sick of the shit yet? I didn't hear any of this. Did I hear? I think I watched the hearing. Where is this being told to you? Why is this being kept from you? Instead of all of this lies of what the billionaires are saying about their money and blah 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 blah, as it is being set up for another billionaire to make sure he get all the welfare that he wants from NASA. Let's finish this. He's in the middle of a sentence. I'm gonna go back a hair. Okay.
President of the United States.
You can just say he was not in the meeting. Was he in the meeting or not in the meeting?
Senator, I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. I was being interviewed by the President of the United States.
It's not a difficult question. Was Elon Musk in the room when the president offered you the job?
Senator, my meeting was with the President of the United States.
I'm assuming that you don't want to answer the question directly because Elon Musk was in the room. I think that's the only conclusion anyone listening to this could reach, unless you want to dispel us of that notion.
Senator, again, I was being interviewed by the President of the United States, and I'd also say I have no.
That's not. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to determine Elon Musk's role in this, and you're not willing to be fully transparent. Have you discussed your plans for NASA with Elon Musk?
I have not.
So those questions obviously raise serious questions. And I want to turn to one more specific question. From monitoring sea level rise to polar ice loss to wildfires, NASA's satellites are the backbone of climate research.
Okay. Well, this is kind of interesting. Well, you know that 4547 don't want nothing to do with research on the climate. So this link is in my description box. I do believe that is the last piece of information that I wanted to share with you. Let me double check and be sure. I'm gonna go back. Hold on one second. Yeah, I think that's the last thing that I wanted to share with you guys and give you guys the information on. Stay woke, people. Stay woke. Okay. Oh, understanding the tax cuts. I would be remiss if I didn't share with you what this tax cuts for the rich has gone through. So I was very pissed that Chuck Schumer acted as if there was we had to keep the government open, and voted with the Republicans, and therefore I heard that there is a strong candidate to actually go up against against Schumer, and it's to primary Schumer. I hope it's AOC. I don't know who it is, but there are whispers that there is a strong candidate to primary Chuck Schumer. So let's check this out. Here we go.
The erratic tariff war has wiped away billions of dollars from Americans' retirement accounts, which explains why a majority of Americans are worried about their personal finances, unemployment, and inflation. Ignoring those concerns, congressional Republicans are moving full steam ahead with Trump's plan to slash taxes for the rich at the expense of average Americans. This morning, House Republicans did their part and passed a budget framework. Senate and House Republicans will now get together and figure out how they will cut federal programs to pay for a $3.8 trillion tax cut for the very wealthy in our nation, and a $520 billion boost in spending for immigration, energy, and defense. Former Congressman Carlos Curbelo is back with me still, and joining us is Faz Shakur, Executive Director of the nonprofit A More Perfect Union. Welcome to the table. So let's just revisit the number here so we can know what we're talking about, because the math, as I said before, it's still maths. You're looking at the House budget framework. Extension of the 2017 tax cuts will increase our debt. We have to spend $3.8 trillion. Additional tax cut are an additional $1.5 trillion. Increased spending, $521 for border defense immigration. Spending cuts, mutual agreement on reducing that $1.5 trillion. The cost is a total of $6.9 trillion over 10 years, gentlemen, and 38.
Now, they're talking about we must, the government is so bloated, and we must. The reason why they have such a debt, why we're in such debt, is from the last 47 tax break to the rich. Now there's another $6 trillion added on top of it. So how are they going to pay for it? Remember when anything that the Democrats wanted to do, they were tasked under Barack Obama with having to pay for anything that they wanted to put in the budget. They had to take something away dollar for dollar that would pay for anything new that they wanted under the Republican led Congress. Listen. Let's see where they're going to get this $6 trillion from. $6.9 trillion over 10 years, and is that $3.8 trillion more from 2035 to 2055? No, that's $38 trillion more from 2035 to 2055. Remember, they want to make these tax cuts permanent. So it's going to cost $30 trillion up to the year of 2055. Let's continue.
$38 trillion more between 2035 and 55. Faz, I mean, I don't know between 2035 and 55. Faz, I mean, it's a total of $6.9 trillion over 10 years, gentlemen, and $38 trillion more between 2035 and 55. Faz, I mean, I don't know where the number comes from. I mean, how do you look the country in the eye and say we're going to spend this much more money? We're, oh, by the way, increasing the national debt ceiling by $5 trillion. So you know they're going to spend. They're going to spend that.
Just for some perspective, we created
I'm sandwiched here. I will disclose. I was original co-sponsor of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We created $1.5 trillion in deficit spending. I thought back then this is too much. We should do this deficit neutral. The number now is crazy.
And the tax cuts are spending, right? There's a form of government telling people this is what we choose as our priorities. These tax cuts, right? If you look at this tax package, if you're in the top 0.1%, that's households of $3.5 million a year. So if you're in that household, you're going to get about a tax cut of $300,000. And you take that amount of money, how much they're going to get, about $300,000 per that small group. And you look at the bottom 60%. That's a group of, let's say, around 95,000 and under, Michael. That's 187 million Americans, about $400. You get $400. So, yeah, they can sprinkle you a little penny, and they're going to take it and give it to the wealthy. And what are they going to do in turn? Cut Medicaid in order to pay for it all.
Well, and I think, Michael, that's what's troubling. And look, I think there's a lot in the 2017 bill that both parties would pass in a bipartisan manner, especially the individual rate cuts, the doubling of the child tax credit, the doubling of the standard deduction. But how are you going to pay for it? And when you have $880 billion assigned to a committee that, if they're going to cut energy and commerce in the House, it means they're going to cut Medicaid. Right. How are they going to get around that? The president's saying no.
Yes, because they have set up that they're going to cut 880 trillion in the Commerce Department. The Commerce Department encompasses Medicaid. Let's be clear. So where else would they get the money from but Medicaid, since they want to make that huge of a cut in Medicaid in the Department of Commerce? Let's go back.
Cut energy and commerce in the House. It means they're going to cut Medicaid. Right. How are they going to get around that? The president's saying no, but how are you going to pay for it? And when you have $880 billion assigned.
880 billion, not trillion. I apologize. I wanted to get that correct. $880 billion that they want to cut from the Department of Energy and Commerce, where Medicaid is housed. Where they going to get that money for Medicaid?
To a committee that, if they're going to cut energy and commerce in the House, it means they're going to cut Medicaid. Right. How are they going to get around that? The president's saying no cuts to Medicaid. Well, I don't know if you can meet the number unless you make cuts to Medicaid. And if you can't meet the number, you know this, the whole bill falls apart because that's part of the reconciliation process. It's technical, but you have to follow the instructions that are in the resolution.
So do you think that they're going to let this whole bill fall apart, or do you think they're going to cut Medicaid? We know what they're going to do. We always knew what they're going to do. And 45, 47 is going to be like, oh, I didn't cut it. They cut it. I didn't cut it. That's going to be the first thing that comes out of this ignorant motherfucker's mouth, as if we don't know. And so let's understand that he said that he's not going to cut Social Security and Medicare as well. So what you think going to happen to that?
Resolution.
In addition to the math that you're pointing out on Medicaid, which is correct, I got myself worked up listening to Speaker Johnson, who said, we got young men who are sitting and playing video games, and we got to cut their Medicaid. And I'm like, do you know, in his own district, there's 38% of people with Medicaid. Yeah. We're going out to David Vallejo's district. That's in Central Valley in California. 67+% of people with Medicaid. Do you know they're working at Tesla, they're working at Walmart, they're working at McDonald's, they're working at Dollar General. They're working to try to get by. They're on Medicaid. But here comes, so the math is correct. You can't pay for this.
So they're working at these companies. Are they going to force these companies to give their employees health insurance? No, they're not. And why is somebody working at Tesla, for the richest man in the world, making wages that qualify him for Medicaid in the first fucking place? Because they don't care about you.
This. And you're taking it away from people who are desperately just trying to get by. And it's an obscenity. It's a moral obscenity that you give tax cuts to the rich while taking it away from people. They're young men are not, they're not like, oh, I want to go to the doctor. Like, I just want to get Medicaid. That'd be awesome. I just want to sit here and tool around, play video games, get Medicaid. That's not the way human behavior works.
Well, and to be blunt about it, I'm just so done with the bull, stereotyping, of individuals, whether it's, a mom, taking advantage of the system, or a young man sitting there just playing video games, collecting a check, or the insane thinking that, people, they wake up in the morning and all they want to be today is poor. and leech off the system. I've not run into that American, and I've been on this planet a little while, and I've spent around this country, as you know, as you have as well. What is it about that aspect of all of this that we just can't be honest and call the thing what it is? That we would much rather feather the cap of the wealthiest individuals who have that wealth already, and you're just making them richer, as opposed to doing what the party says it's trying to do or wants to be, a party of the working man and woman. You talked, Faz, about the $400 and that 2017 tax cut. I know folks in Prince George's County, Maryland, who saw $50 a week increase in their pay period in their paycheck. $50. So, I mean, what is it about this fixation if we want to get a working community working again, instead of demonizing them, give them a tax cut?
It's
maybe don't need Social Security if you give them a tax cut.
We're living at a time where this new Republican Party is appealing to working classes on cultural issues, but economically it is still more supply side, more geared toward tax cuts for everyone, including the wealthy. And then you have the Democratic Party, which culturally, I think, is appealing to wealthier people, right? College-educated people. We're seeing the numbers. Democrats are gaining college-educated voters, but they still have an economic message that is for the working classes. So, these wires seem to be crossed here, and I don't know if you have any ideas as to how this will all get sorted out.
Get the last word on this.
If you look at Trump's policies, they don't know what problem they're trying to solve. Right now, the problem is not that wealthy people are struggling in this economy, that businesses can't create capital. Those are doing fine. I mean, that's what he inherited from President Biden. Economy that was working quite well, but what we needed to do was people who are struggling to deal with housing, struggling to deal with childcare, finding it that, as elderly parents age, trying to take care of them. Those are the kinds of things that are more dealing with middle-class pocketbooks than ever before. Just owning a car and owning a house. And that, to my mind, is what you got to solve for. How are you going to put people in a position to get by on their daily lives? And I would hope if we can focus on that, we can deliver policies. And to your point, Michael, we can talk about tax cuts, we can talk about incentives, better jobs, better wages, but it ain't going to be tax cuts for the rich and cutting Medicaid.
Okay, there you have it. That's all I have.
This is what happens to your body when you eat oats.
Oatmeal's healthy.
That's all I have for you today. I just tried to come to you and give you some information. This is the dictionary definition of playing in your face. Exactly. The way the U.S. is being destroyed with impunity for these billionaires to fund their to further line their pockets is horrific. All the checks and balances clearly don't work. In such a few days to ruin everything years of democracy has built. Okay. I concur, Z Sarah. I concur. So if you guys didn't hit the like button, please hit the like button on your way out. I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. Also, I would like to thank you all for helping me reach my goals today. And I'm glad that we had this conversation. I appreciate you guys stopping by. So, all right. Have a great day. God bless you. Have a great weekend. And I'll see you guys around the YouTube streets maybe, since it's the weekend and I don't have to get up early. Have a blessed weekend, everyone. Renee, you as well. One last announcement. Thank you, Ronnie Q, for another high-quality broadcast. Oh, my God. Z Sarah. Oh, you're making me blush. Okay, so another announcement on the 25th. That is a Friday. We will be getting together to create my crafting and conversation projects. Peace, Liz Livos, to you. It is an outdoor bench for your porch or patio, or you can even put it inside your house if you want. It is to, hold your little plant pots and flower pots. It's easy to make. You need 3 pieces of 1x2 lumber. Those come in 8 feet long. I have my cut list on my community wall post. When you go to places like Home Depot and Lowe's, they will cut the wood for you. The 8 feet long pieces of wood, they will cut that for you. The list is on my community wall. I hope some of you will join me. We are going to create this. You go there in my area. The wood is $1.75 a piece, and you need 3 packs of the 5-gallon paint stir sticks. They are the big ones. Those are the pickets that creates the back of the fence. You need 3 packs of those. So please come out and join me on the 25th of this month. That is going to be a Friday. Jill, I know I didn't put my flyer out. I got to get busy with my flyer right after this. The cut list, which tells you how long your wood pieces need to be cut. Just hand it to them. They will cut the pieces for you and go pay for the 3 pieces of wood. You're going to need also going to need some paint. I am using and you're going to need a drill, because we're going to pre-drill our holes, and then we're going to drill screws in them so it can be nice and sturdy. You need some stain or some antique wax. Antique wax work just as good as stain. I think they sell antique wax at the Dollar Tree now as well, the little small bottles. It doesn't have, it's non-toxic like stain. But if you want to buy a small thing of stain, you can. And if you want to stain your little pieces, I think those are the 7-inch pieces, 4 7-inch pieces, and 5 of the 19-inch pieces of wood prior to the 25th, you can, but please do not paint anything. You can stain the pieces that are needed to be stained. So you will see that in the in the cut list as well. So you can come with those pieces already stained, or you can stain them later. So come meet me out here. We're gonna up our little DIY project this month, but it's still a very, very easy project to do. Pre-drilling holes and then drilling screws in them. The length of the screws are also in the cut list. I'm just thinking of anything else that you need. What I do, I've made this, and I made a smaller one that looks like a chair. What I do, since it's outside, I also use a top coat on it, a outdoor top coat. You can get the paint on kind, but I just use a spray on weathering clear top coat on mine. So come and join us. This project is so simple. You will be proud of yourself and amazed at yourself. So I hope you guys, and if you do not want to join us in creating the project, come and converse with us as we create the project. Please keep these up as they stay blocking the media. We will need your channel. Okay. Is there anything you can't do? I'm getting sick of your ass running, Q. Well, there's plenty of things that I can't do. You see how I was struggling with that word, and I know the word, but it's just imperialism. I don't think that was the word. Authoritism. It was on that level. Once you post it, I will share it out. This is going to be fun. I need to learn, and you're going to be disappointed. I am telling you, guys that don't think that you're good with drilling something in. It's very simple, but I'm giving you an alternative method as well. They have this glue that's called CA glue that you can buy at Amazon. You can also buy it at any little craft store, Michael's or something. It's just like super glue. You would and you know how you put wood glue on pieces to make them stay stronger, but this dries quick like crazy glue, like in 8 to 10 seconds. You would put a couple of drops on one piece, and then it has an aerosol spray that you would spray on the piece that you want to glue together. You would stick the pieces together, hold it for 10 seconds, and it would be like you already had screwed the piece. And then at that point, you can pre-drill your holes in it and then put your screws in it. It's not going to move. You're not going to have to wait for it to dry like wood glue, and you can keep on moving through the project. It's called AC glue. Come and join us. Your wood will be cut by the professionals, and I just hope to see you guys there. That's helpful. I hate to clamp everything when it's glued. Yes, you get some AC glue. It comes out, it's clear, and it's they have a thicker one that you may have to hold together about 20 seconds, but the process is still the same. It's clear. It looks like crazy glue. You put a couple of drops on one piece, and then you spray the other piece that you're gluing it to, and then you stick them together, and voila, just like that. All right. So I hope to see you guys for this project. We'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be there. Ooh, just call my name. I'll be there. I'll be there. I was making it on the 18th, but Just Read My Book is doing her project on the 17th, M. Renee. So I changed my date. I remember I said tentatively. So I had to check with Jill Comfort Zone to see when Just Read My Book was doing her project, because I remember one week we did our projects back to back on back to back days, and that was a lot. So I had to move my back to the 25th because Just Read My Book is doing her project on the 17th of this month. So thank you for remembering. I thank you for M. Renee, are you going to participate? Strictly Platinum is always in the clouds. Thank you for being here, Strictly Platinum. I appreciate your support. M. Renee, thank you, Truth and Reason. Oh, it's cheap too on my weekend shopping list. Yes, it's very, very reasonable. I think you can, if you're going to use the CA glue, that will probably be the most expensive piece. You can get it. I've seen it for $12.99, $14.99. That's the most expensive thing in this whole project individually. If you want to paint it with chalk paint, you can paint it with chalk paint. Get you a outdoor sealer. You can get the paint on sealer. Like I said, I'm going to use the spray on outside outdoor sealer. Voila, easy peasy. M. Renee will be there to pop ish. M. Renee, you hear Jill talking about you? Let me look at the instructions. Girl, it is very easy. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do something. I'm going to drop the video in my link for you. I'm going to drop the whole video in my link so you can see it being put together. This is where I got the project from. I have created 2 of them. I'm going to drop the link to the bench and to the chair. What is her name?
What is her name? Oh my God. I used to be able to find her so quick. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. I'm about to drop the link to both of these. The chair but we're not doing the chair. You can do the chair in your own time. If you look in the description box of her videos that I'm about to drop, it also has the cut list and the supply list. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Now watch the if you guys are thinking about it, debating it or whatever, watch this video and come out and craft with me. It's very inexpensive. Here is the bench. Here's the link to the bench. Renee, here's the link. Watch the video. This is what we're doing. Now I'm going to also give you the link to the little chair. I've done both of them, and they look so nice when you put your little plants and whatever you want on them. I hope you guys participate. I can't find the chair. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm still here. I can't find the chair. I'm sorry. We're not making the chair anyway. So let me see what you guys to say. I want to make one for my. I want to make one for my hall. It would look so cute with my plants. Yes, it will. And I'm going to tell you guys another secret that I do. You see where the pickets and that cross rail, that rail that goes up across the back pickets. You know what I buy? I buy those decorative little push pins, not the kind that you use for thumbtacks. They have the kind that you use for furniture, and I buy them. They sell them at Walmart because I don't want to take you guys overboard. But they are a little push pins, but they are really nice ones. And I push those in where the cross where the back cross meets the paint sticks, and it looks so cute. And it also well, you don't need to help hold on the back paint stick, but I put those in, and I also buy those little feet, that has rubber on the bottom, so the wood won't be. I use mine outdoors, so the wood won't be sitting on the ground, just in case the ground gets wet when we spray it down or whatever. And you just push those in the wood, and the wood is not touching the ground. And so I also do that because I know that sometimes the porch we may spray the porch down and it gets wet. So I do that as well. So I hope you guys come out.
I'm just telling you some of the things I do so you guys won't be like, oh, you didn't tell me about that. It's, let me say, with, you can get white paint, you can get chalk paint, you can get primer, you can get a lot of this stuff very inexpensive. I say the cost of this project without the CA glue would be $20 to $22, if that much. That's including the paint and the stain and everything, if that much. But I did put this on my projects to-do list. Okay, I'll take a look. Okay, I thank you guys for being here. I hope mine looks as good, but my crafting efforts often don't come out. So I polish my, polish. My mama has to rescue them usually. Okay, so look at the video, Z Sarah. That's why I dropped it in the chat. Make sure you catch that video and watch it. It's gonna be like, kind of like on your first try. And if you have a mat that has the inches on it, but for those of you who don't have a mat with the inches on it, it's very easy. You really don't need a mat with the inches on it. You can eyeball it to space the pickets out. You don't even need anything to really measure these pickets out. You just eyeball it and glue them on, and we're good to go. All right, guys. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate your support. And that's all I have. You can put if you do have wood glue, you can use wood glue for the pickets. Okay, you saved it. Great, good thing. Okay, so check it out. I'll see you guys on Monday. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And like I say, I may most definitely see you guys on the YouTube streets. God bless you. Have a good day.
Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete